Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 179. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my handsome son, Chris Reagan. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm good. I was actually up super late last night just because I had another one of those nights where like the temperature was just never quite right. It's like, it was too cold. And then it's like, all right, maybe I'll open the window a smidge. Or it was too hot. And then I opened the window a little bit, maybe cool it off. And then it was too cold. And I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. I fell asleep at like 5 a.m. It sucks. But, aside from that, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's that, I guess. Yeah, it's funny. I always shout out Sam Harris, and I was listening to a 4-hour podcast he did recently all about sleep and dreams, which is like one of my favorite topics. Mm-hmm. And the guy, like the doctor he was interviewing, was saying that you have to warm up to fall asleep and then cool down to stay asleep and then warm up to wake up. And it's this very quick and careful temperature dance that you must, I guess, try to achieve in order to maximize your sleep potential. So, needless to say, you're not doing it very well. Thank you for joining me today. Dustin Furman, executive producer, Last Stand Media, co-host. How are you today, my friend?
I'm feeling great. I feel well rested. Sorry, Chris, but I don't know. You gotta get this temperature game down.
Fuck me, I guess.
Fuck you.
Yin and yang.
But no, I feel good. We're on cup of coffee number 3 today, which is actually, that's pretty normal for me. That's not special. I'm always on cup number 3 by the time we hit Sacred Symbols at 1 p.m. on Thursdays. But it's a joyful occasion, nonetheless, to just have a fresh cup of coffee. You guys, neither one of you are big coffee guys at all.
No.
Right?
Yeah, not really. I had a friend of mine, like a roommate of mine, who used to make espresso in the mornings occasionally.
Hell
and
yeah.
I would have that. It was like proper like Cuban espresso, like really bitter, like really like a shock to your system. But I never really like sought it out. Like I would never, you would never catch me at a Starbucks,
Well, you wouldn't catch me there either. But that's because I just don't like their coffee, though.
Yeah, I've heard. I've heard American coffee in general is kind of terrible unless you brew it yourself.
I've kind of over the years gotten obsessive about how to brew coffee. Like we have the gooseneck kettle. Have we mentioned this? I can't remember. And you do the pour over and you get the Kenyan AA beans and you grind it, and it's just
what the hell are you talking about?
Oh my God.
It's a beautiful ritual.
What the hell is this?
That is just amazing. It's so good.
We may have talked about this. Well, the Cubans like their coffee like they like their communism, bitter and a shock to the system. So now we know that. And I must say, I've had an espresso, a time and again for dessert when I go to nice restaurants. I like that. But really, the only time I ever drink coffee is Irish coffee at restaurants for dessert. I like Irish coffee. Irish coffee is so good that I know that I cannot replicate that at home, or I'll quickly be an alcoholic. So, we try to stay away from that as best we can. By the way, people have been pointing out, Colin, on the video version, why are you always wiping your face off with a towel? Well, I have to say, and some people had, I think, properly referred to it as a bit of a Southern dandy move, like I'm some sort of old time lawyer or something. And first of all, maybe that would be awesome. I wish I was doing it that way. But my face, I don't want to touch my face constantly, and just doing this with a clean washcloth feels really good on my face. For some reason, in the winter and the fall, when the itchiness and all that kind of begins, I'm a man of Lubriderm, no doubt. But there's only so much that can be done to stave off the bit of itchiness, and I just don't want to be touching my face all the time. So like just refreshing myself with this towel. I'm not doing it to, for any other reason than it just kind of feels good. And what do I always say? You do what feels good.
You do what feels
right?
good, yeah.
What happened to that duster that you were playing with a couple months ago?
Oh, you don't want to know. No, it's that's downstairs. I dust every now and again with it. I'm a believer in the feather duster, but it's got to be part of a ritual in which you also vacuum and get everything up.
I was going to say, the dust just goes in the air.
If you're trying to displace it and hope that hope that Newton takes over and brings it to the ground. Then you vacuum that shit up.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
But either way, you got to move around the dust a little bit. Okay. Let's see. What is this? This is a PlayStation podcast. We appreciate you being here. We go up every week, and you can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. We very much appreciate your kindness and support over there, regardless of what tier you support us at. Remember, depending on the tier you support us at, you can get that early ad-free access. You can submit questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to our show. You can get even your name in the credits and access to exclusive Q&As. But of course, the biggest perk is Sacred Symbols Plus, which we do twice a week only on Patreon. It's an additional podcast where we deep dive into something. Sometimes all of us are together. Sometimes one of us are by ourselves. Sometimes we're with random people, random permutations. Recent episodes include a Tales of Arise spoiler cast and review discussion. We did our Game Awards predictions. I had Moore's Law is Dead, Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, on the show to talk about PS5's first birthday. Did a deep dive with Rick Hogue, a lawyer, all about what's going on with Activision and so on and so forth. Future and upcoming ones include a conversation with Sandeep Rai, who's doing that really awesome Kickstarter about Vita and the Vita book. I had him on to talk all about our love of Vita and his project. We did Dustin and I did a Doki Doki Literature Club Plus spoiler cast and review discussion that will go live soon, only Monica. And finally, we have one in the can about mental health as well. We have mailbags going up, as we said, and we'll remind you, no interruptions this holiday season or ever. If there's an interruption in Sacred Symbols, one of us is dead. And that's fine, but, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. But I just want to let everyone know that, expect podcasts, expect us.
Yeah.
At our usual place and time. And by the way, I've been seeing everyone's Spotify lists. We appreciate you sharing those with us on Twitter and everywhere else. We see that we are dominating your podcast. Now, I take that to heart. That's great. We also put out a 3 to 4 hour show. So I'm going to also throw that in there, that if it's about runtime, you might be listening to other shows more often. You might be listening to better shows, but you probably aren't listening to longer shows than Sacred Symbols. So we appreciate that. Thank you very much for your love, kindness, and support. Boys, we have a lot to discuss this week.
Yeah.
Let's start with Chris St. Jacques, who says, "Hello, men. Just a quick scolding for our boy Dustin. Applesauce is not exclusively a food for babies. Pork chops and applesauce is one of the greatest food combinations to ever grace this earth. There's even the iconic Brady Bunch quote immortalizing it. The applesauce is key, and even if you're just browsing through the fridge looking for a snack, applesauce can be delightful. If it's strictly a consistency thing, then is pudding also exclusively a baby food? This is a slippery slope. Stand down." What do you think? Yeah.
I like that stand down is becoming a bit of a thing. But you're wrong.
He's wrong.
Applesauce is almost exclusively a baby thing or an old person thing. That doesn't mean you as like a 20-something, 30-something, 40-year-old psycho can't also somehow find enjoyment out of it. I'm sure there's some 18-year-olds wearing diapers for shits and giggles, but that doesn't make it. Yeah, literally. But that doesn't make it not obviously for babies and shockingly old people.
See, this is the thing. I agree with you, Chris, in that you two have both been to my house. My house looks like a 12-year-old decorated it. I'm surrounded by video game things, right? You can see that my plushies in the background. So it's okay. If you like applesauce, it's a food for babies, that's okay. I like to decorate my house and things for children. That's fine. With not the just video games for children, but it's a lot of Nintendo. I mean, you guys seen the amiibo wall and stuff, so that's fine.
Yeah,
but
it could be a child's living room.
We got to address something about Chris's letter here. And this is the applesauce pork chop combo. What the fuck?
You better be careful. What are you going to say?
Well, I've never heard this in my life.
What?
Applesauce pork chops.
Yeah, dude.
I've never heard that in my life either.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I used to eat at this restaurant that had no signs outside of it in San Francisco. You wouldn't even know it was there. It was open till 3 a.m. It was in the marina. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but when I kick it back to you guys, I'll look it up. It was literally just this place that you walked into it and it was like you were in colonial America. I shit you not. I'll find the name so people can look this place up. But I used to go there in like the middle of the night and I would order like cocktails and then I would order like a pork chop with mashed potatoes and they would cook the pork chop with like pears over it. And then they would serve it with applesauce on the side and you would cut it up. It was all tender and you would dip it in the applesauce and dip it in the mashed potatoes and so on and so forth. It was very, very good. Pork and apple or pork and pears. for some reason, I didn't make it up. I didn't invent it. You know, obviously, I put ketchup on everything.
So it's like a sweet and savory type deal.
Yeah.
Like it's like cheese curds and caramel, or like well, not chicken and waffles exactly, but like I guess like the syrup.
Yeah, kind of like that with the syrup. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, it is a thing. I mean, I don't hold it against you because here's my problem with applesauce, and it's my only problem with applesauce is they sell those little, you know, sometimes you remember when you were in elementary school, the kid would have like the tear open applesauce, like the Mott's applesauce, and he would just eat it. But it was like 3 spoons worth. In other words, I'm never quite satiated when I have applesauce, and that's my major problem with it. It's like I could just down a thing of applesauce and be like, okay, what was that? 200 calories? It's just an apple. Like what am I? It's just a smushed up apple with some sugar in it, probably. So that's my problem with it. Is it? I'm going for foods that's especially on my OMAD,
right?
You know, where I'm bordering on, you know, I'm barely keeping it together over here.
Sure.
With my body not just turning into a plump. Fuck, I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't want to say it. Never mind. I was going to say something disgusting.
That is a good point, though. Yeah. I've always thought about that with fruit snacks. Like, that is not a snack. That is practically a taste. A fruit taste. Yeah, it's like that's it. All
it's
it
like,
is.
Exactly. It's an appetizer for an appetizer. In other words, I used to love fruit snacks, but they were never enough. There were never enough of them.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's an embarrassingly small serving size. I don't know if there's
even
any
for children.
Yeah, even for kids, it's just like man, I guess that's it. But I don't know. You look at the real serving size for things, and it's like kind of shit. Like the actual serving size for like cereal is like really small
cup.
But I don't know. Chris St. Jacques, like God bless you, you idiot, savage, baby, bitch boy. But like I mean, like you know, I can't abide by this. Can't abide by it.
Well, fair enough. Slurpee McGee wrote in and said, "Hello, gents. So a bit of an odd story here. I work at a pet store. And one morning, my manager and I were informed by a customer that there was a clear plastic bag containing 2 abnormally large neon dildos sitting in a basket in our lobby. The 2 of us went to check it out, assuming she'd mistaken some dog toys for dildos, but nope, they were dildos. That's not the craziest part, however. My manager picked up the bag of dildos and walked around the store showing all of our employees. I watched him dangle the bag in front of people's faces. I heard him shout the word dildos across the store multiple times, and I even watched him chase some of our employees around with the bag. All this happened around 9 a.m. When all this happened, my first thought was, well, he's fired. But nope, the next day, everyone was acting like none of that happened. So I guess my question is, what the fuck? I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who works there. You know, you're asking us what the fuck. I mean, you would have a little more insight into the dangling of the dildo. You know, were they used? That's what I want to know.
I want to know if they were a plant by the manager. Maybe they were his dildos and he thought, I got to get out of this. I'm going to make a joke about like, oh, where did these dildos come from? And then chase people around. Maybe that's a kink.
Why plural? Like, why multiple? Like,
multiple places for him, Chris. You know what I'm saying?
I guess.
Business up front, party in the back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But here's my thing about this is that if they wanted to get away with it, what they could have done is feigned ignorance and said like, no, these are dog toys, and then threw one at, you know, a dog and they played with it, and then there would have been some embarrassing situation. That's why I wanted to know if they were used or not. You know,
I don't know.
Not that you'd be able to know necessarily. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you for reading it.
Yeah, we can't really get to the bottom of this. We know nothing about this. This is your job. I assume this is probably like the most interesting thing to happen at a pet store. Although at the same time, like as I say that, I'm like, it's a pet store. Surely there's interesting things happening. Surely there's like a I don't know, like a dragon that whispers something, like a you know, like a lizard that's
Harry Potter.
Yeah, like a lizard. Like you look at a lizard, you stay. I gotta clean the lizard cage, and maybe it turns around and says help. Like, and then you're like,
right,
what? And then you
don't realize again, help.
I'm sure it is saying help.
Keith David's voice.
Keith David is the new Doom, I think, on our show. As far as just the topic that every week needs to come up in some way.
I hope so.
Trenton Diana wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Sons and Father Colin. What was your favorite game you received as a gift for Christmas growing up? It's a good question. I have a lot of answers, but one always comes to mind for me. Chris, what's your favorite Christmas game do you remember getting?
So this is kind of hard because my birthday is in December. So a lot of like when
it's tomorrow, isn't it?
It's in 2 days.
But 2 days, fourth.
But when I think about like the gifts I got for Christmas, it's like kind of like a lot of it blends together, so I can't tell like if they're birthday gifts or Christmas gifts, but I have to assume it was the Game Boy Advance SP. Because I got that, I think, for it was like a middle ground. It was like a birthday Christmas thing that I got like in between both holidays, from like a family member that couldn't make my birthday, and I was like, "Yeah, here's a Christmas gift," and I was like, "Thanks." But that was probably the biggest thing that I got, because I think like most consoles I would like save money for afterwards, or I would just get as like a random gift, like by some miracle. That was the one that was like Christmas or like my birthday. It was like, here's the Game Boy Advance SP and you can play it in the dark finally. And it was a huge deal. And I remember just being like so excited to play what was it? It was Dexter's Lab.
Well, you were attracted to the licensed games like many a child.
Yeah, no, totally. I'm trying to remember. It was like Dexter's Lab, and it was like he like cloned his sister Dee Dee like a million times. It was like a collectathon where you had to go collect Dee Dees. It was not a particularly good game from what I remember, but like, I was just excited about it. And then like I had like Legacy of Goku and just like all these other like random kind of games to look forward to, and I was super excited about it. And that was definitely like the best one that I can remember. I had other random ones, like there was this thing called like Jake the Snake, I think, where it was like this toy snake that was like automated. It was just like kind of like I wish I could remember more about it. Maybe it's not even called.
I'm looking. Is it Fisher Price Jake the Slithering Snake? Did it have a remote? Did it have a remote?
Yeah.
Sort?
Hold on.
Yeah, here, I think I found it. I'm gonna put it in.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I remember
there's an eBay thing here.
I remember thinking that was cool just because, like, I don't know, I thought I was like a child and I was like, snakes are cool.
Yeah, the snakes are cool.
But those are the two that come to mind.
Dustin, what about you?
For me, I remember a very particular Christmas where growing up, my parents were definitely on the, I don't want to say poor. We were never super struggling, though there were a couple times where my dad would like sell his Iron Maiden CDs in order to like pay for groceries or whatever.
Yeah. So, did you ever get applesauce for Christmas?
No, they knew that we weren't that bad. But they did a really good job, I guess, in hiding a lot of that from me growing up. I never felt like we were poor or anything like that. And obviously just as a context, we were still fine. We were never really bad off. But I remember around, I think it would have been 2003. That's when you maybe start to get a little privy to understanding the dynamics. And I knew that I really wanted Dragon Ball Z Budokai for PlayStation 2. But knowing our situation, I never expected to get it, because I think that I might be wrong about this, but I remember that it was still pretty new. So I thought even a used copy, probably not possible. But that's okay, because there would be other stuff. And I just, I was easygoing as a kid. But that Christmas, I opened up a brand new copy of Dragon Ball Z Budokai for PlayStation 2. And it was just a mind-blowing moment. I never thought it would be possible. And so, I don't know. I think it just meant a lot to me. Obviously, the game was awesome. I don't know if it's an awesome game now, but it was then. And it just meant more at the time, because I think I knew the sacrifice that went into getting me something like that for Christmas. So thank you, Mom and Dad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet.
I had that exact experience, which is wild. Like exactly the same.
Yeah, with that game?
Yeah, with that game. I remember. I remember. No, what I remember was because I don't know. Like I obviously believed in Santa when I was a child, but like I think I was pretty aware of what was going on pretty early. So I remember just kind of sometimes before Christmas, like the beginning of the month, I would like kind of like look around, like kind of like look in the closets and like see if I could find anything that like my parents might have been hiding for. And I remember I opened some drawer in my parents had an office, and I saw Budokai for PS2, but I didn't have a PS2, so I was like, oh shit, am I getting a fucking PlayStation 2 for Christmas? And like, sure enough, that was like, I think that was what happened. But yeah, I'm looking up the release date. It was November 29th, 2002. So it was like right at the beginning of December.
Okay, I'm glad that my memory is good. Yeah. It was
that was exciting, man. That game was awesome.
It's you brought up PS2, and I remember getting a PS2. My uncle, who still works at GameStop to this day, he was able to get like a discount on the used PlayStation 2, and my family all pitched in for me. And that was a mind-blowing Christmas as well. I believe it came with Armageddon on DVD because it was just something that GameStop threw in. And I don't know if I ever watched it, but it did not matter because it's
like the PS3 coming with Talladega Nights.
Right, exactly. Armageddon was a great movie, but interesting movie. I remember Deep Impact and Armageddon came out like a month apart, and there was like this conflict on which one was the better asteroid destruction movie. I like your guys' answers. It means that you're such sweet summer children. The two that come to mind for me the most, there's three Christmases that come to mind. The first one is 1990. The second one is 1992. The third one is 1998. In 1990, I got Mega Man 3. I remember that very, very well. It had come out the month before. I was 6. I literally had the advertisement from Nintendo Power on my wall. I was like obsessed with the ad for the game. And it was like this white ad. I think it just said something about Mega Man and like just a couple screenshots. And I was really stoked to get that. I remember that really well. That's my favorite game of all time. So that was a seminal moment for me. 1992 is when we got Link to the Past. And I remember being incredibly amped about that. Just absolutely jacked up about that. And I think part of it had to do with that was the year my mom and dad got divorced. And I think that was like a massive distraction for me, was going into that version of Hyrule. So that comes to mind. And then 1998, I was a freshman in high school, and I got Xenogears, Brave Fencer Musashi, and Metal Gear Solid that Christmas. That was a very, very memorable Christmas. I think I've told the story, but like the day after Christmas, I think I went to the mall to get a DualShock controller, and played Metal Gear, and I was like really into Xenogears, and Brave Fencer Musashi is a really wonderful game that a lot of people don't talk about anymore. A really great action RPG with fun mechanics from Squaresoft. So, yeah. Oh, and I'm looking, I was at the Mega Man 3 Wikipedia looking for the release date, and I just look over as I was about to close the window. It says IGN's Colin Moriarty argued the game is a major improvement over the original Mega Man.
Oh.
And even surpasses Mega Man 2 in quality. Citation. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Nice. Yeah. Sorry.
I just want to say, I came across like a reference to you in like a really strange place the other day, because I was looking up, I think like I heard like Green Day had put out a new song or whatever, and I was listening to it, and it was like not particularly good. And then I looked up, for some reason, I got really curious about like the reception of older albums, and then I looked up 21st Century Breakdown, and like one of the main things that's like referenced in the Wikipedia article for 21st Century Breakdown is Colin Moriarty thinks this about, and I was like, what?
Yeah, the funny thing about that is that 21st Century Breakdown I think came out in 2008.
Yeah.
And so IGN Music was just closed at that time, and IGN's entertainment office was in LA. I was in San Francisco. So what ended up happening was I was super fucking nervous, but I would say yes to do anything. So they would occasionally be like, can you go to WonderCon and do this? Can you go, like whatever was going on in San Francisco? And one of the events was, can you go to the review event for 21st Century Breakdown, get the record, listen to it and review it or whatever, and then interview Green Day on camera for like 20 minutes. And I was like, yes. And because Green Day is one of my very favorite bands growing up. Dookie, Insomniac, and especially Nimrod, which I think is the best Green Day record. I think that record is like their Transistor. If
Nimrod?
You're a 311 fan. Yeah, Nimrod. I absolutely adore that record. And I remember when it came out, I was so excited. I was in middle school. Nice Guys Finish Last was like one of the first singles off of it. And so, yeah, if you look it up, anyway, that's a long way of saying if you look up, you can find the video interview of me interviewing Green Day as well. Young Colin, probably 12, 13 years ago.
That's crazy.
I was so scared, but I remember it very well because they were really nice and really sweet dudes. And I'm a drummer, as I think the audience knows, and I told Trey Cool, I was like, you are I don't even know. Like you and Adrian Young from No Doubt and Chad Sexton from 311 and, Carter Beauford and all the, I'm like, you guys are my heroes, and he was just a really sweet guy. So I remember that about that. Just throwing that out there. Learning a new language is difficult, but perhaps not as difficult as our relatively poor language learning education at school led us to believe. Textbooks from the 1970s and checked out teachers had us gobbling up vocabulary and conjugation with no real rhyme or reason, and it has definitely set a lot of us back. That's why it's cool that a language learning app like Babbel exists, one that's expertly crafted to teach 14 foreign languages in practical, dynamic, and fun ways. Indeed, more than 100 language experts from around the world worked on Babbel, while its competitors tend to work off of AI-driven lesson plans, about as impersonal and useless as it sounds. By offering a host of options, audio and video, games, and even live classes, Babbel tackles learning a language like French, German, or Italian the proper way, with an eye towards building at your pace and on the go. Jumping back into French was an adventure for me. I took it for years ago, and I barely remember anything. But Babbel had me jumping in and out of different exercises to rebuild my knowledge from the ground floor. And hey, if you're feeling daring, you can even use Babbel's built-in speech recognition option to really nail your pronunciation and accent. No, you can't learn a language without trying, but you can learn a language easier, more fluidly, and more fluently than ever with Babbel. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Babbel subscription, you'll get an additional 3 months totally free. That's 6 months for the price of 3. Just go to Babbel.com, that's Babbel.com, and use the promo code SACRED, that's SACRED. That's Babbel.com with the checkout code SACRED for 6 months of Babbel for the price of 3. Learn a new language today, my friends, with Babbel. Language for life. Josh Bailey wrote in, I think you were talking about this somewhere recently, Dustin, so I'll throw it over to you first. He says, Crustlin, now that we are fully into the holidays, what are your opinions on eggnog? Do you have a specific brand you enjoy, make your own, booze or no booze, or any other eggnog traditions? You were talking about this recently. I'll just start by saying I don't like eggnog. It's just, I don't do it. I don't do eggnog, but I respect those that do.
Okay, that's fair. So we have an eggnog community growing in the Last Stand Discord. If you come in and you say something negative about eggnog, you're booted out and you're branded with a tag that says I love eggnog, which makes it so you can no longer comment. And it's not to be rude. It's just that's community is for us, the eggnog fans. We don't need you naysaying there. You can go to the food channel or whatever. But personally, I like the Southern Comfort brand. It's non-alcoholic. You can buy it at a grocery store, whatever. And, you can add rum, or a lot of people like brandy in. I know that you can get some pre-mixed alcoholic kinds if you want to try that. I've never had that, but I've had a lot of bad eggnog too. I try to avoid anything that comes in a plastic carton. That's always a little sketchy to me, but we are very welcoming over in the eggnog community. So join us on Discord. We'd love to have you.
Eggnog.
No, there's silence.
Sorry, I realized I was muted.
Oh, okay.
Treble was barking. So, Chris, are you into? First of all, the silence is well met, but are you also into eggnog or not? Because to me, it just kind of. I remember actually trying it as a kid, like a young kid. I think it was like alcoholic eggnog that like someone just gave like me a sip of at a family function. I was like, what the? And ever since then, it's like it just makes me. I don't know, because I'm not even really sure what it is. Like, I don't even think I have this one memory from 1991 or something that has haunted me for 30 years. Are you a fan?
No, but our family has a tradition of brewing a very specific drink. It's a Puerto Rican alcohol called coquito, and it's like condensed milk and like rum and like egg yolks, and I think eggnog too, and coconut milk and like vanilla and cinnamon.
Ooh.
And it's kind of like this big mix. It basically tastes exactly like horchata, but it will fuck you up, and it's a very dangerous drink because I brewed it a couple of like times for like New Year's or for like different like occasions, specifically for my friends who like just don't brew that stuff. And there I would make, I think like 3 whole like vodka bottles worth of it, plus like a couple of extra like jars, and by the end of every party they would all be gone because it's that dangerous of it. It's like one of those drinks where like you can drink it. It's like, oh, it doesn't feel like I'm drinking anything. What a nice, wholesome drink. And then you're just plastered out of your mind. It is a stupidly strong drink. And there's like different like recipes for like, you know, there people can do whatever they want with it really. But that's my only real experience with eggnog is as kind of like an ingredient in coquito. But I would highly recommend if you know anybody who can brew that shit, like try it because it's really good.
The fruit of Puerto Rico. We appreciate that.
The pride.
The pride. Yeah. It's always that's why I'm a big fan of, or I'm a big fan of bourbon, because you can't drink it easy. I love bourbon. I could drink bourbon like nothing, but it comes at a cost. And I think that's good because it keeps you grounded. Can't really, well, you can very easily abuse it, but when I drink things like vodka or even rye, but when I drink vodka or like gin or something like that, I'm like, wow, man, you can see how people could just get out of control.
Yeah.
So stay safe out there. One final thing before we get into some game stuff in earnest, because this is a video game podcast, believe it or not. Winston G. McDaniel, some fucking
what a name there. Powerful.
He says, "Hey CDC, I got engaged to my girlfriend of 7 years this past weekend. It's about time. We've mentioned how we want to have some video game inspired music for the ceremony due to my love for the hobby. She personally loves the music from Skyrim and will be walking down the aisle to one of the songs from the game." That's so nerdy. I love it. But I'm curious if you have any other good suggestions for the rest of the ceremony. Thanks again for all you do. You're, of course, all three of you invited to the wedding in Florida. Thank you, Winston. Like I've said before, we can't make these engagements, but we do anticipate and expect some sort of, whether you're going to give us the name of the first child, whether you're going to have some sort of speech about us at the wedding, whatever the case might be, we accept those kinds of things, and we appreciate that. Now, what comes to mind for me, we were talking about Mega Man 3. You got to get Dr. Wily Stage 1 banging at Mega Man at your wedding.
Wow.
Mega Man 3, Dr. Wily Stage 1, that's the song you're going to come down the aisle to. And the song you're going to dance to is the Super Mario Brothers song that happens after when there's only a minute left, and it goes dun, 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 because when you get married, you're on the clock. Thank you.
Oh.
Chris, what do you think?
I think you got to go. You got to go with a Sonic Adventure Escape from the City or City Escape.
That's that awful song that people sing, right? Yeah,
that awful song. You just upset like so many people. It is.
It wasn't. Do you remember? I think
it is a terrible song. People have fooled themselves into thinking they like it. But
do you remember though when we were in California? I have this vague memory of us watching a clip of people singing it at some con, but they were like all in a bathroom.
Yeah, yeah. It was a. I totally completely erased that memory from my mind, but that is real. But I think that should be at your wedding, no doubt. Like if you're gonna have video game music, especially the loading screen music or like I'm in a cave music, like what music exactly are you gonna be walking down the aisle to? I'm trying to like imagine like, because the Skyrim soundtrack is awesome, but like I don't know where it would fit. You know what I mean?
Is Todd Howard going to officiate the wedding is what I want to know.
And later tonight,
do a whole Skyrim thing where you come.
Yeah.
It would be cool if you came in to the, you begin Skyrim on the back of the wagon, right? And and it would be cool if you got brought in that way to the church.
Yeah.
Taken off
in a wagon. Todd Howard, he was like, I hope your marriage just works.
It just works.
Yeah.
I hope your marriage works as well. I hope your marriage works better than Skyrim on PS3.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Dustin.
I'm going to have to go, of course, with JRPG music. The Nier soundtracks are both excellent. Song of the Ancients is one of my favorite. Final Fantasy, also something like the Tifa theme is a fantastic choice. Just make sure, you don't want to just play an album. I mean, I guess you're picking select music. This isn't for the reception or something. You don't want the battle music or something, or maybe you do, because maybe the reception will eventually become a battle once everyone's got liquored up or whatever.
Love is a battle,
Oh, definitely.
Love is a battlefield. Pat Benatar, I think, was the one who said that.
So check out. I feel like the fantasy stuff is probably going to be better suited.
Also, dude, like not to derail this too hard, But because we were talking about Budokai earlier, I was just remembering the Budokai soundtrack is awesome. So like, just play that entire fucking thing, really.
Yeah.
Like the intro sequence to Budokai 2 on PS2 is immaculate.
How about the Guile theme?
Guile's theme? Guile's theme would potentially go with a wedding.
Yeah, I think it would. You can get married on a tarmac. Winston, congratulations. We hope you have a great wedding. Thank you for the invite. Remember that you pay us some sort of homage, but I'll leave that up to you. You have options. All right, let's get into the news here. Just wanted to let people know, first and foremost, both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 have new firmware updates. They're minor. They don't do anything fun, but they're necessary. When you connect to PSN, you're going to have to download them, so you might as well get them out of the way now if you don't have auto updating on. I also wanted to bring people's attention to, just quickly, there's an Axios story by Stephen Totillo. He says 6 state treasurers pressure Activision over misconduct allegations. Now, as I mentioned earlier in the show, I sat down with Rick Hoke to talk about the Activision allegations from a legal standpoint and a political standpoint, certainly a corporate standpoint. We're not going to discuss those things here, but needless to say, there's more texture that we might be able to get into in a future episode on Sacred Symbols Plus. I wanted to nonetheless draw people's attention to this situation in which the states of California, Massachusetts, Illinois, Oregon, Delaware, and Nevada, who all own a piece of Activision Blizzard as state entities for their pension funds, etc., are now investigating what they want to do about Activision and trying to kind of force Bobby Kotick out as CEO and potentially as board member. So something to keep an eye out on there. I don't know if you guys saw this. This was a weird one. VGC, our buddies over there, wrote about this, but Resident Evil 4 remake art allegedly shared by Wesker voice actor. So basically, this guy that's playing Wesker, I guess, in the new Resident Evil 4 just randomly shared confidential art of his character in Resident Evil 4 remake. We know this game is real because it's in the GeForce leak, but also because I don't feel like people are talking about this. Capcom, I kind of feel like did announce this, didn't they? So people are talking about it like, oh, it's happening. I'm like, we know it's happening. But Chris, did you see this random
I
leak?
did. I did, and I got confused as well because I feel like if Resident Evil 4 remake is a secret, it's a terribly kept one, and I just don't know what like why this matters. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, like, apparently, like, did he break NDA? He must have, right? Because they haven't. That's kind of the story, right?
Yeah. Well, so the story is that there's a voice actor, DC Douglas, who's playing Wesker in Resident Evil 4. He apparently shares, according to the story, shared an image with someone of Wesker. It's clearly from a design Bible.
Yeah.
And people are like, well, what are you doing? Like, and then he put out an Instagram post. Actually, it says, official statement on RE4 rumors. I have announced nothing, posted nothing, and have repeatedly stated that I am not under any contract with Capcom. I won't be commenting further on any RE4 rumors because I have 2 cats that really need my attention. I excitedly await RE4 news just like the rest of you. So he denies it, but yeah, nonetheless, I just as an industry story, I was just wondering because I was like, we encounter these voice actors every once in a while wherein how do you not know better than to do this? But he's claiming not. So I guess I kind of wanted to acknowledge this. Dustin, did you see this at all?
Yeah, this was a weird story just because, not that I want to get into this too much, just because it is allegations, but this leak came alongside with some allegations of him and some sexual impropriety related.
I didn't see this. Wait, so explain this. I didn't see this aspect.
Well, I'm looking right now.
Is this in the article?
I'm trying to find. I'm looking at a Eurogamer article right now. This was written by Tom Phillips over there.
What's the date?
This was dated November 29th.
Okay. Yeah.
And it says, regarding the claims of inappropriate behavior, Douglas shared a link to his blog where he states he's the victim of stalking and defamation by a pair of former fans, one whom he admits to a brief relationship with. And so I'm trying to remember, because when this initially leaked on Twitter, there was a lot more, but this article seems to be kind of light on that. And I'm wondering if it's because it is currently just allegations, but it's clear that he sent this image out over DMs. And so really all he can do is deny that he did it. But I mean, I'm guessing from a legal standpoint, that's probably his best bet, is to just deny it at this point.
Yeah, it's worth noting that DC Douglas is Wesker in other Resident Evil games, beginning with Resident Evil 5, I want to say. So it's not like he's always been Wesker. But I was looking into this, and I thought you'd find this interesting. I just pulled it up. He is, I didn't play Persona 5, obviously, but he's Suguru Kamoshida.
Oh, Kamoshida. Nice.
And in Nier Replicant, he is Grimoire Noir. And he plays a bunch of other things and a bunch of other nerdy things as well. Shin Megami games, the Legend of Heroes games, etc. So anyway, something to keep an eye on. Resident Evil 4 is getting hyped up, through the roof right now. We'll see, especially with the VR version that we can't play on PlayStation maybe ever, but certainly not yet. I also want to let people know that Rockstar has delayed but dated the physical release of Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, the definitive edition on PlayStation 4. It will now launch on December 17th. This is clearly, I would imagine, because this might be a going ungold situation where they probably wanted to get a better version on disc. But if you're looking for the physical version, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. Also worth noting, and this story comes from Kotaku, although this is being talked about in a lot of different places, December 4th. So with the day that this podcast will go live, Chris is, or the day after, I guess. No, December 4th is a Saturday, isn't it? So Saturday. So December 3rd. So this is the day it goes live. The day our show goes live. Also, Final Fantasy XIV's Endwalker content goes live. People that are looking forward to playing that on PS4 and PS5 can do so. But keep in mind that Square Enix is imagining that they are going to have massive server congestion. And they've actually done something pretty interesting, according to Kotaku, that they've basically made it so that people that are paying subscribers to the service get better access than those that are trying it, I guess, for the first time. So a little bit of a nod to old school fans that are coming back. And Gamatsu has more reporting that by the time this podcast goes live, we might know more about this rumored Chrono Cross Remaster. We talked about it at length last week, so keep an eye out for that. I wanted to let people know that Tales, Tales of Arise doing really well. We mentioned earlier we did a Sacred Symbols Plus episode. I didn't participate in that, but others did for a review discussion and spoiler cast. But it's worth noting that Bandai Namco, the publisher and developer, rather, is currently circulating a European survey asking people what they want from Tales. And it's unfortunately a very long link. So I want you guys, if you're interested, to just go look for a story that will talk about this. Just look for Tales survey on Google, look for the last week or whatever in news, and you'll see what I'm talking about. You can then select your country. So you can select, for instance, UK. And I'm going through it right now. And then it's like, did you play Tales of Arise? Yes. And then you can give your overall impressions. But at some point in there, it'll ask you about a bunch of Tales games. And if you're interested in those getting ported, and they go way back to like Legendia, certainly Exilia, and others. So if you're looking for more Tales games being ported, this might be something worth your while to send them a positive message. Additionally, the ESRB has rated Uncharted 4 for release on PC and PS5. We already know this exists. It's called the Legacy of Thieves Collection. And we're just waiting on a date, which I assume will probably be at the Game Awards. I wanted to ask you guys what you thought about this. Steam reaches record-breaking 27 million concurrent players, according to Games Industry. This is incredible because this is 1/4 of total PS4 owners that were online on Steam at one time. It's just an incredible number. Dustin, what do you think about this? 27 million people, 7.8 million of which were in-game at the time, according to SteamDB.
Yeah, it's huge. It's surprising and not surprising, just in that any type of computer can run Steam at this point. You can run Steam on a Mac even and run certain games. And so just the sheer availability of the platform is big. And especially right now, you have tons of people playing Halo off of Steam. You have lots of people playing not Battlefield. Battlefield wouldn't be on Steam. That would be just Origin. So I can't even remember if COD is on there just because there's so many different launchers now. Anyway, It's the time of year where there's lots of new games out. It's
Battlefield 2042 is on Steam. Battlefield 2042, I was looking, it is on Steam.
Okay. I know that EA took their games off Steam for a little while, and then that's right, they did eventually bring them back. So
I say that because I'm going to bring it up later, but there's a game that came out that had more concurrent players than it that people are like, so yes.
So yeah, it's awesome to see more options. Obviously, getting a good PC is very difficult right now, but like I said, pretty much anything right now can run Steam. Whether you can run games is a different story, though.
What do you think about this, Chris? Because I know you play on there as well. Mm-hmm. It's just an incredible milestone of players, just people online at one time with it open and active, even if they're not in game. It seems like maybe a third of them or so are in game. It's still just a lot of people engaging, buying, talking, reading.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it is. I'm a little less impressed by it just because, like, whenever I turn my PC on, Steam just kind of automatically like starts up. So like, like every now and again, I'll go through an entire day where Steam is on in the background while I don't even use it at all. You know, it's not like an Xbox or like a PlayStation where like you turn it on specifically to use it. So like the number 27 million concurrent users is like, that's definitely a lot of people. But the fact that like 7 million of those people were in game at one point, I think that's impressive. But that's a more interesting number to me than just like concurrent users with it on in some way. You know,
that's fair enough. Finally, before I get into this other thing I want to talk about, and then we'll get into the games we're playing, then we'll get into the other news. This just popped on the PSN. Gamatsu had found it with scraping, I guess. It was via Reddit, but there's something that was uploaded to the PSN that's not available yet called The Matrix Awakens, an Unreal Engine 5 experience. People are presume that this is another one of those maybe Radiohead type experiences that were just released. And with Matrix Awakens coming out soon to theaters and with the VGAs right around the corner, it is conjectured that this will probably be revealed soon. So something to keep an eye on, although we'll have another episode. No, the next episode after this, we will do the VGAs. So I guess we'll see what happens. Okay, guys, settle in for a minute because I wanted to talk to you about something that I've been chasing for a while. And I told the audience that I'm going to let you guys know what I know about a game. But I also wanted to let you know, I think more interestingly, about what it was like chasing this story. And I want to preface this. I'm calling it the anatomy of chasing a story. So the game I want to talk to you about is the new BioShock game. And I want to tell you what I learned or what I think I know about it, why I'm somewhat confident in it, but not completely confident in it. And then I'll give you a look into how people behind the scenes chase these stories. And I'll tell you exactly what I did to try to find the answers. So let me start here. About a month ago, a person reached out to me with information about the new BioShock. And in reading what the person said about the game, it was clear that this person was, I don't want to say telling the truth because we can't really know that, but this person is either a real insider who's fucking with me or fucking with us, or someone that really did know information based on their proximity to the project. And so this person, here's what this person said on the record. By the way, it's worth saying that this person asked and did say a lot off the record that further instructs me that I'm feeling okay about this, what he's telling me. But it's worth reminding everyone that there's 3 different ways you can talk about sources in journalism, or to them. You can talk to a source on the record, you can talk to a source off the record, or you can talk to a source on background. And on background is where a source, an anonymous person says, a person close to a situation notes, that kind of thing. Off the record, of course, is, not to be said and not even really used on background. On the record, of course, is you put your name on it. So the person told me stuff on background, and then the person told me stuff off the record. What this person told me on background is the new BioShock game takes place in the 1960s in Antarctica in a city called Borealis. The game is apparently referred to as Parkside as its internal code name. So those were the major thrusts of what I was told that I can share. The new BioShock takes place in the 1960s in an Antarctic city called Borealis. And that the games, by the way, are interconnected, which is not a huge surprise. BioShock and BioShock Infinite, BioShock and BioShock 2 obviously take place in the same universe, they're in the same place, but BioShock and BioShock Infinite are, of course, intimately intertwined. And this game will apparently also be. So with learning this information, here's what I did. The first thing I did was I looked into this person. to find if I could just corroborate their position. And I was able to do that. So that made me feel good about the information. And then what I did was two things. I reached out to 2K, to their PR, which is a very rare thing for me to do. And I do that out of respect because I'm telling you something about a game that they've not announced. And I think they have the right to comment on that. By the way, I've reached out to them twice and they've declined at the time of publishing this story to say anything. They didn't even respond. So it's not like no comment, just no response. The other thing I did was I sprung into action and talked to a couple of journalist friends. There are a couple of people, I learn things all the time about games. And there are a couple of people I just send stuff to because I'm not going to talk about it on the show. If I'm not really interested in chasing a lot of this stuff, but it ends up being something, a lot of it ends up being totally true. But under the assumption that my source might be the corroboration for a friend's story, I always send them the information. And so I did that. And sometimes you see a story pop up on another website where I am the corroborating source, right? Or the source that talked to me is the corroboration for it. I reached out to a couple of journalist friends to see if they had any information about this game. They didn't. This game was under wraps. And not having heard back from 2K, I was like, well, what's the next step? So I went and I found someone that I know that worked on the original BioShock. And this person has not worked on future games, but I knew that this person would have connections into the world of whatever, what is Cloud Chamber now, I guess. And what this person told me was something that seemed to have conflicted with what I was being told. This person told me about a different setting. Now, this setting might be, and I don't want to go into it because it was told to me off the record, but this setting actually might jive depending on how you interpret it with what I was already told. But this person told me that they were under the impression that the game was completely rebooted at some point and that his information was years old. So with that knowledge, I went to a new source that I hadn't worked with in a while. But this source is reliable. And this source was able to tell me what we already know based on a leak that just happened a few days ago, that the game is called BioShock Immortal. And that it was planned for a VGA reveal, but we don't actually know if that's going to happen. We'll find out next time. But I was told by this source that it's actually not going to happen until maybe E3. And that I asked this source, because I'm trying to pin together specifically this Antarctic environment. So I asked the source to go to their source, wherever that source is, to ask if they can corroborate any of that. And the corroboration from this source, through the source that I trust, is that the snowy environment is true, but that the game is internally very secret and completely locked up. And apparently the inclination there is that they understand full well that this game will be compared to what Ken Levine does. And by the way, they're also publishing Ken Levine's next game. So this is an important game for them to get right. So that's the information as I have it. Whether or not it pans out, I don't know. But I'm feeling okay about it. And I wanted to give people a little bit of an insight into the weeks of work. I mean, not that it's like work, I'm like fucking toiling away in a coal mine, but rather the weeks of tethers that I put into Wild and how I tried to pursue the story. I hope people find that interesting. But right, what I've been told, again, 1960s Antarctic city called Borealis, codename Parkside, BioShock Immortal, 2022 release. I've been told that the team at Cloud Chamber has incredible latitude to get it right. That seems and sounds right to me. We know, of course, also that the BioShock game has been leaked in the GeForce. In the GeForce leak, the NVIDIA leak, although they note that there will be a BioShock remake, perhaps somewhere in there, or some sort of remaster, which would be awesome. And that might be some sort of pre-order, maybe deal or something, maybe come out to kind of prime everyone. I'd be happy to play BioShock every year, basically. Yeah. So that's it. I'm wondering, what do you guys think of that? Chris, what do you think?
It's interesting. Like, I don't think I've ever heard that much of a deep dive into how like these stories come together. So I think that's like an interesting thing. And I think a lot of people will find that fascinating. As far as like the game itself, it makes sense to me that would, like, it's strange because the first thing you'd think for if you're making a BioShock game, right, is like, let's put it in space.
Right. That's what I think too. Yeah.
That's what everybody, but then that's just System Shock. That's exactly what System Shock is just BioShock in space. So like, there really aren't many places you can go that are as analogous to, underwater or in the sky. Like once you've done those two things, you're kind of you've kind of expended your creativity as far as that goes. So it makes sense that you would want to maybe shake up the visual spectrum a little bit and make it so it cannot be compared to something that takes place underwater or in the sky, and make it something Arctic and maybe like isolated in that way. That makes a ton of sense, and I would imagine that I don't think we're going to see it at the VGAs. Personally, I never thought that, but
yeah, I don't think so either. We'll see, but the source that the last source I was working with to corroborate, that's a great source, I think, notes that it won't be there. So we'll see. I mean, that's an immediate test on the validity of all of this. But
I do want to say one thing, though. The BioShock remake, I don't know if that's necessary. I think BioShock 1 still looks incredible. Like, if you just up-res that game, and it just like, I think the water in that game still looks like really gorgeous. I think the art style really holds up because it isn't this kind of hyper-realistic thing. It is kind of exaggerative and kind of stylized in a very evergreen way. And I wonder what you could even really do to remaster the original BioShock in any meaningful way that wouldn't also jeopardize the look and feel of what we ostensibly recognize as the original BioShock. That's kind of like the biggest hurdle you have to get over when you're remaking games from the 360 onward, because every bit of what a game was, kind of like every facet of what that game is, kind of contributes to how people felt about it, and that includes like the exact visual style of the game at that time. And 360 PS3 games onward, I feel like have aged in a pretty good way, where like I feel like you can up-res the original Dead Space and have like a really good looking game. I think you could up-res the original Grand Theft Auto 4, maybe like touch it up a bit and have like a really good looking game. I just think obviously Dead Space remake is happening, and that's awesome, and it could be really cool. That's a horror game though. There's a little bit more leeway there. All I'm saying is I would not envy anybody whose task it was to go to the original BioShock and remake it from the ground up and try and capture that aesthetic and capture that style and capture that atmosphere all over again. That's a big task. And I don't know if it's one that would be worth the potential fuck-uppery. For lack of a better term.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's important to note too that there was that re-release in 2016. It was more meaningful on PS4 than it was on Xbox One because backwards compatibility allowed BioShock to be played. We didn't have a native way to do that for any of the three games. But I think the argument here is that with the remake is that, or if they would remake it, is that BioShock is on Unreal 2.5. It's like the game on Unreal 5 would be like, look at Nanite, right? And all that tech and imagine what BioShock could look like. I agree, but it is the problem for them, I think, is that they can't re-release the original BioShock again. They've already done it. And this is what we were talking about always about opportunity cost. So now to do it again, they're doing it's funny. You can almost look at EA and be like, well, congratulations, because you guys didn't release Dead Space 1, 2, and 3. You're actually just straight up remaking it. So they're actually like one step behind where they could have gotten away with doing that. But it's a good point. We'll see what happens. I agree with you, though. Starting with PS3 and Xbox 360, the games, especially with textures and all that, just started looking much better.
I'm here to tell you that CBD works. I use it as an effective part of my anxiety management, and the highest quality pure CBD that I've ever used no doubt comes from my friends at Feels. What is CBD, you may be asking yourself? Well, CBD stands for cannabidiol, an extract from the marijuana plant. Now, there's a lot going on with our beloved green weed, and many think of THC first when we ponder marijuana. Yes, THC has awesome uses too, but the reality is that most people who just want relief and sleep are looking for CBD. They're not looking to get baked, not that there's anything wrong with that, per se. Unlike THC, which gets you high, CBD simply works to alleviate stress and anxiety, sleeplessness, or even bodily aches and pains, all without getting you stoned. And while THC is illegal or by prescription only in most localities, CBD is legal pretty much everywhere. So here's the deal. Feels primarily comes in the form of a tincture. All you do is take a few drops, place them underneath your tongue, and wait a few moments. Soon you'll find your stress and anxiety wash away, or discover the sleep you're so desperate for. And since I know and Feels knows that CBD can be intimidating for newcomers, they have a helpline staffed by real people who can help guide you towards the product and dosage for you. Heck, you can even get CBD mints if that's more your speed. Feels is high quality, safe, and effective. And as someone who has used it countless times over the last few years, I highly recommend it for the anxious, sleepless, and in pain among us. For many, cannabidiol is a wonder substance, and it may be exactly what you're looking for. So my friends, start feeling better with Feels. Become a member today by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS. And you'll get 40% off your first 3 months of Feels with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 40% automatically taken off your first 3 months with free shipping. Again, head to feels.com/symbols to begin using CBD today, where you'll find the relief, sleep, and the general lack of anxiousness you seek.
But Dustin, what do you think about these possibilities of BioShock?
One quick thing to point out, just because I quickly looked this up since I had some small memory of it, is that in the GeForce leak, the remaster is labeled BioShock RTX Remaster. So RTX is how NVIDIA brands their form of ray tracing. So it's possible that this is a remaster in the lightest sense, in that they're going to add ray tracing to it and then put it out there as a free update for PC. But it could also be maybe they put out a PS5 and Series X version that has ray tracing support as well. So that's just one important quick note. As far as the leak, Colin, that you've brought to the table, it's very interesting, and I like to hear that they're considering what they're up against. It's funny because they're in a competition with a game that is over a decade old now, and a series that is
it'll be 15
important.
years old when this game comes out.
Yeah,
BioShock.
15. So even more. That's their competition is the past. And I think just the acknowledgement of that is important, because sometimes when you see these new sequels come out to games that have been dormant, even since BioShock Infinite, it's been a while, that sometimes there's just an air of, oh, well, we're doing something new. This is the next generation of BioShock or whatever. We're not looking backwards. And so that's clearly not the case from what you've said. And that's important, I think, on a lot of different levels. And I'd be curious, since you've heard multiple things about the location and the possibility of it being rebooted, and maybe this takes place in multiple locations. The name BioShock Immortal was thrown out, and slight spoilers for the old BioShock games, but there's a bit of a multiverse thing going on. So who knows? Maybe,
I mean, that is what BioShock is.
Yeah.
You've had your chance.
You've had your chance.
You know,
That's we'll leave it at that.
That's not even in itself a spoiler, but
Right.
But you understand that about BioShock. I think at this point you have to understand that.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see if this is true or not. But I wanted to at least give people a working insight into how I chased the story, what I learned, and whether or not it's true or not, I don't know. But I like to corroborate things fully with at least two sources. That was my goal at IGN, and that's pretty much always what I did, unless I positively knew that the person that was telling me that knew. Like there were people that would tell me things where I'm like, you would never tell me this if it wasn't true. There was no way you're burning me. When people would text me and be like, I just got laid off. I'm like, okay, I don't think you're lying to me. But with this, it's a little more fraught. But I thought it was interesting. It brought me into the light of some new sources and people to talk to. But we'll have to wait maybe more patiently than we would like to learn more about this new Cloud Chamber developed BioShock game. But I wanted to share that with people, and you can take it with what you will. All right, boys, let's get into what we're playing. Dustin, let's start with you actually this week, because it says you're playing Halo Infinite. So let's just get that out of the way with no disrespect for that game. But this is a PlayStation podcast, so we'll start with that.
I can't stop.
We'll start with that. No, I'm not saying, I want to be clear to the audience. I'm not saying you shouldn't play it. I'm saying let's just get it out of the way, because it's not maybe the most necessary thing to talk about for our audience, but maybe they disagree.
Sure. Yeah. I've been really sucked into this game and I'm playing ranked, and it's been real sweaty and real fun and very frustrating playing ranked, especially when you're queuing with people you don't know. And there's people that just like, pick up the fucking ball, man. Just pick it up. Like, that's all you got to do is pick it up for a second or two, maybe.
You gotta jump in with us. That's your problem. You're running in by yourself. Like
I'm ready to go. I'm ranked plat on the open whatever setting. So
yeah.
Been grinding away at that. The only comment I really want to make, and I think you might have said this, Chris, last week, but I think it's important to reiterate. Obviously, the progression system is not what it needs to be. But I remember a time playing Halo 2 where it's always like, my day was better, but there was no cosmetics. You didn't play the game for the cosmetics, which I understand. People are paying for it. You want that. That's fine. My point overall is there's issues with the game that are much more important to be fixed than the fucking progression system. And it's starting to kind of aggravate me. And so just to think, like, we need playlists. We need more playlists more than we need the battle pass, I think, to work right. We need and Chris, you've mentioned a lot about the custom games. I haven't even touched any of that, but there's some balancing stuff too that I don't know. It's the obsession on cosmetics it really shouldn't be surprising to me at all, but it kind of is somewhat that this is really kind of blown up. And so I don't know. People can let me know if they think I'm real wrong, but I found it to be a really weird conversation going on.
I think that conversation doesn't even necessarily. I don't even think it's necessarily like just staple to Halo. I think it's like relevant to like just the modern industry as well. Just the obsession over how you look over how good the game is like very strange, because like this is the first time in a very, very long time. And kudos to 343 for getting this right, where I just feel like they've made a game that's just fun to play and you just play it for the joy of playing it. And that is very rare now, because I feel like a lot of things are based on like, I want to grind this much out of my battle pass. I want to grind to this level so I can unlock this thing so that I can. It's almost like you're chasing the point in your life where you're trying to have fun with the thing you're playing. But you're never quite there. You're like, if I get this gun at level 10, then maybe I'll have fun. So like you play the game and it's almost like the carrot on the end of the stick that tricks you into thinking that the gameplay loop is more satisfying than it actually is. And this is the first multiplayer shooter I've played in a long time where I don't think about any of that, because it's just such a joy to play the thing. And it reminds me of games back in the early 2000s where you know, believe it or not, people used to play games because they were fun.
I don't remember that. I only remember playing games for trophies.
Yeah.
That's my only memory now.
You've been tainted permanently. Yeah.
But yeah.
I agree. I get it in some sense that people paid for the battle pass. They don't find it satisfying.
Yeah,
I agree. It should be fixed. But there's just certain balancing issues, and they're not even that bad. But I think that, Chris, you understand more than anyone that we want these issues to be fixed for the longevity of the game. And we really think this game is really awesome. It's crazy that the only game that my friends want to play online right now is Halo. It hasn't been like that for so many years. And so, yeah, we're going to, really care about how the game is balanced. We want it to have legs and stuff like that. So, yeah. But anyway, that's all I'm really playing right now. So we can move along.
Yeah, no, there's no rush. I'm glad people are really enjoying it. By the time we go live again, the campaign will be out. Really interested to see how this, just from an analyst point of view, this is going to be a really big game for Game Pass. I want to see if Microsoft finally talks numbers again, whether with consoles or with Game Pass subscribers or both, because I think they're going to probably feel pretty bullish after they see the results, which I think they had like a really nice charcuterie board, as it were, with Forza, and now they're moving into this like entree with Halo. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Chris, you're playing some games. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, so I'm jumping back into Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I put it down for a little bit, and I'm still on the first game. I'm at the point where you drive the Mako for the first time through the snow, and I flipped it, and I had a massive aneurysm because I thought maybe like that wouldn't be possible in this new version, and I've heard it's actually really hard to flip the Mako in the new one. So I was just immediately like, oh my god, my luck is so bad, and you can't. There's no way to like flip it, so like I just had to like press every button on my controller like for 5 minutes until I like janked the physics out.
It's the worst.
It is the worst, but like Mass Effect 1 is like a really, especially in this new version with like better controls and like 60 frames, it is really a joy to play. Like in comparison to like what it used to be. Like I remember not even being able to make it out of Cora's Den in the original Mass Effect because I just like, oh wow, I really love this 240p, 10 frames a second game that feels like I'm playing fucking chess with a claw machine. It's just like a terrible experience for me. And just to play that same thing, but in a way that's like really palatable and really like fun and really fluid is like, I don't know. It's like I have a new appreciation for Mass Effect 1 that I did not have when I played it the first time. So that's nice. It's been a game that I've been spending some nights with before I go to bed.
Cool.
It's almost like watching a nice TV show before you go to bed. And it's like, ooh, just hits that narrative satisfaction. I've also been dabbling with this other smaller game called Haven, and it's like this kind of flow state RPG about this couple that's like stranded on some fragment of a planet, and it's like you're just it's kind of like a sim, like a life sim. Like you're kind of like going around and you're collecting food and you're cooking and you're like managing your relationship or whatever. I was just curious about it. I think the art style is really striking, and I saw that there's no PS5 native version. I streamed it through xCloud on Game Pass, but it is available on PlayStation, and I figured I'd give that a shot, and that works pretty well. But it's an interesting little game. It's cute. It's got character that I kind of appreciate, and I wasn't necessarily expecting that. I'm not going to say that this is like a fantastic game or anything. It's mostly fine. I'm still kind of early. Like I'm about like an hour and a half in. So I'm still kind of getting the hang of it. But if you like flow state kind of chill experiences that are not like particularly like combat heavy, and it's more about just like getting into the rhythm of like movement and sort of exploration and just kind of interacting with like cute creatures and like collecting food and like kind of like having this like weird sim aspect going on in your game. I think it's like a neat little game to maybe check out if you can do it for free. Maybe definitely give it a shot. I think I really like the art style like a lot, and that's like really the main thing for me, because that's one of the most important things to me is like just the visual style of a game. Like if a game's ugly, I'm not touching it. You know, like I can't do it. So if a game's like, even if something is like not to my exact tastes, but it's like visually stimulating in some way, chances are I'll give it more of a shot than I would if it just didn't appeal to me at all in that sense. So it's interesting. It's an interesting little game.
Fair enough. Very cool. I've been playing a lot the last week, just feeling it right now. So Far Cry 6, I'm still peeling my way through, and I'm getting more and more messages from people, which is very heartening, about how they're trying Far Cry 6 and they're realizing how preposterous the coverage of this game has been. I was looking, I don't think I realized, maybe I did say it last week, but I don't feel like I did. It's got a 74 on Metacritic. That's fucking absurd. Absurd. That game has a 74 on Metacritic. That means that people were scoring it like 4, 5, 6. And
yeah,
that is just not even remotely true. I don't know what people are playing, but I'm playing this game that is incredibly sharp, that is incredibly fun. And I think maybe it's people's jadedness. I'm jaded about a lot of things, no doubt, but jadedness is playing a big role. And I think the way people are interpreting this game, it is the most revolutionary Far Cry game since Far Cry 3. And there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. And people that are saying that it's doing the same thing as the old Far Cry games don't know what they're talking about, because it's not. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I just don't know how people don't see that this is like a step above those Far Cry games in terms of production. It's almost like Far Cry meets Dying Light, and it's impressive. And I'm going to keep championing this game because I have to. I don't know what. And by the way, I also feel like maybe the whole Ubisoft connection is hurting the game a little bit. And I don't know that that's fair either. I mean, you got to kind of judge the game based on the game. Ubisoft is so amorphous that no one even knows who's working on what anyway. They don't have any fun, with the exception of Red Storm and a couple others that like massive. They have no one that's you know, like
they're all
Ubisoft Annecy, Ubisoft Toronto, Ubisoft Montreal, Ubisoft Paris. It's like, who gives a shit, dude? Like,
it's just a bunch of Ubisoft subsidiaries basically, and like Massive is really like kind of like the only team that I can think of like right off the bat that like has their own like actual name.
Yeah, like I said, Massive and Red Storm I think are the only ones I can think of, but I'm sure there are others. Anyway, I've been playing that, enjoying it. I've gone back to Cyber Shadow, which was released, as you guys might recall, in the early weeks of January this year. It's a side scroller from Mechanical Head, which is basically a one-man studio, and it was published by my friends at Yacht Club. This game is just so good. And it's obviously one of those games that I had to restart and start again, but so I just restarted it. There are 10 chapters. I think I'm on chapter 8 right now, and it is just such a joy to play this game. It is beautiful. It is fun. I'm sure I said this when I talked about it earlier in the year, but what's interesting about it is that it's like Ninja Gaiden meets Mega Man. It almost something you would never expect. Like the combat is very Ninja Gaiden, like even down to sub weapons and stuff like that. Although that would also be like Castlevania, but it's Mega Man like in the enemies. You just see the enemies. It's very interesting, sci-fi type enemies, in other words. So I really, really like this game. Highly recommended. Cyber Shadow.
Cyber Shadow is amazing.
Yeah.
It's really like it really is like an underrated thing. That game, like it's remarkable. I would argue, like it's one of the best games I've played in the last like couple of years, like for sure.
Yeah,
and I'm not even necessarily that, but like I like The Messenger a lot, and like I like Celeste. Like I do like these like 2D games. It's just not necessarily the thing that I gravitate towards all the time. But Cyber Shadow has like so much polish and presentation, despite it being like a 2D. It feels like really, really like graphically impressive to me too, which is strange because it is like this kind of like, it's not what you wouldn't say that about a game that looks like this unless you were like playing it, because I really do think the presentation is like fantastic in Cyber Shadow.
It truly is.
One gripe though, I have to say this, because I've been playing this game for a while. I was like, oh man, I really love this game, and I have it over on my Xbox. That's just where I got it. Like it's just I happened to try it out on there. I think it was on Game Pass. I think is how I tried it out. But I looked at the achievements, and they do the same thing that fucking Cloning Clyde did to me so many years ago, which is they have like this uneven gamer score thing where they just give you like 61 gamer or like 16 or like 24, and I'm like, oh my god, you ruined it. You ruined my now my score is just this mess of numbers instead of like a nice list of zeros or fives. And I'm just
I'm looking at this. You're right.
Upset.
16 points, 31 points.
It's so I didn't even realize it was happening.
You know, I wonder, 91 points. The way that these are structured almost feels like, because I feel like this game was a timed exclusive on PlayStation. It could be. No, it came out at the same time, so that can't be true. What I was going to say was that they might have literally just divided, because when you make trophies in the SDK, you're given a certain amount of points that translate to what trophies are worth, and you're allowed to split them up. It's something like 13 or 1400 points. So this looks like they might have literally just divided all of that down to like bronze, silver, and gold. And I would be surprised if they did that knowingly. And I'm surprised that no one at Xbox warned them. See, this is why people need to pay more attention on the production side at these different hardware manufacturers, because that probably turned people off to this game. You know,
maybe
like, probably people that would be like, I'm not playing that. I bet there are.
I didn't even notice, but like every now and again, like I don't care about these things, right? I don't care about my trophies. I don't care about my achievements. But every now and then, like I'll look up at the corner and like see that number, like it's like it's nice to see. And then I look over on the Xbox and like I'm expecting to see this nice number, and instead it looks like a fucking URL, and I'm so upset. I have to even it out. I have to play more Cyber Shadow and hope that I can like maybe re-download Cloning Clyde
Yeah, you gotta like do. There are probably like these deep achievement calculators where people are trying to get their numbers back in order based on like, here's what do you got to play and here's what you got to do. Oh my god, that would annoy me.
So annoying.
That would annoy me as well. All right, the other 2 games that I'm playing right now, Shovel Knight, the original Shovel Knight, I downloaded on Vita because we're about to do a knockback episode on it, so I will save my thoughts for that. But the Vita remains the home of Shovel Knight for me. I mean, it is so good on Vita, and I was happy because I don't think I had played it since I platinumed it, so that was probably 2015 on Vita, and all of the DLC works on Vita and it's just there, and it's cool. Like, so the King Knights, Plague Knight stuff, etc. So Shovel Knight remains awesome. And then I tease this in our Discord, and of course, joining our Discord is another perk of joining us on Patreon, where we have approaching 4,000 people in our community there now, which is awesome. Persona 4 Golden is the game that I've been messing around with on Vita, and this is the 3rd time now, or maybe even the 4th time that I've tried to play it. I think it might be the 3rd time. I got probably a few hours in the first time, then I got about 20 hours in 2019, and now I'm going and just restarting it again. But I published or printed this, and this didn't exist, actually. This is awesome. It didn't exist when I played it last time. I wish it did, because I probably would have just stuck with it. It's this calendar, basically, day by day, and it tells you exactly what you need to do at certain points so that you don't miss anything. Because the game is so long, and I don't want to play it twice to learn everything and see everything. And I don't like games that put you on timers, particularly if they're long games. A game like Majora's Mask, for instance, is really fun in its imminence, but it's because it's short. It's not really demanding too much out of you. But when a game demands 100 hours out of you and you're just going to miss something because you didn't read the right book at night or something like that, that's going to fucking drive me insane. So this very spoiler-free walkthrough just kind of pops in. It has like every day, and it just says like, when you're asked this question, answer this, or tell this person this, or do this task, or whatever. And then it just keeps you all up without spoiling anything so that you can kind of enjoy it for OCD people like me. So I've been kind of enjoying playing that at night in bed before I slumber, let's say.
Yeah.
I have a few things I wanted to talk about quick here from the audience. Amon wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, do you intend on playing the Horizon Zero Dawn Frozen Wilds DLC prior to the launch of Forbidden West? Would love to hear your take on it." No, I wanted to, and I'm kind of wishing that I did earlier, but I just don't think it's going to happen in time, unfortunately. But Metal Kirby 27 writes in and says, "Hey, LSM crew, this comment is mainly for Dustin. As a Souls fan myself, I was perplexed that Dustin only really liked the From Software games. Tell me you at least tried Neo 2 and the Surge 2. These are 2 of the best of the Souls formula and real contenders. Thanks for all you do and keep porking that poultry." I was curious what you think, Dustin, because you were talking about how you're more attracted to FromSoft themselves than maybe the genre itself. But there are the Soulsborne games, as you might call them now, are reaching out into shooters, into all of these different places like the Surge. So what do you think about these other games that are trying to do it? Are you into any of them?
Not really. I haven't found one that has snagged me like a From Software. Now, he mentions Neo 2 and the Surge 2. Neo, the main issue I have, and maybe this is just a Dustin thing, but there's an issue for me where there is so much loot you pick up in Neo, and it drives me insane that you are constantly picking up loot. You got to go to the pause menu, see if what you have is not as good as the thing you picked up, or maybe you want to rearrange. Some people love that. It kind of reminded me of Diablo in the way that you get the loot, and then you take it back. You have to tear stuff down in order to make new weapons or whatever. That's cool if you're into that, but I found it to be very tedious. I put probably maybe 10 or 15 hours into the first Neo. I'm trying to remember. Neo 2, I bought it for $5 or $10 at some point, and I played just the beginning of it, and it wasn't really hitting for me at the time. I think it was just because I just came off of playing Demon Souls, and so I may have been burnt out, but I haven't tried the Surge 2 at all, so maybe I should try that at some point. But I don't know. The Souls games come out so sparingly that I am happy to just play those when they come out and really dig into the old ones, because there's still something like Dark Souls 3. there's ways that I haven't played that game. I've never played it as a soulcaster or something like that. So, or doing pyromancy, whatever. And so I can go back and play those games and play them in a completely new way. And I don't know. Maybe I should check out Surge 2. That's probably really cheap at this point, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I was just looking up Surge 2 gameplay. I thought I remembered it being an action shooter, kind of like Vanquish, but it's not. It's an action RPG, more like with melee stuff. So I was wrong about that.
Right.
But yeah, it's cool that we've kind of seen the sprouting of a new genre. It's a subgenre, and I think to outside observers, it would be very hard to tell them what's different about this, as opposed to like if you put Onimusha and the original God of War, and then you put Demon Souls and Bloodborne on 4 different screens, I don't think the normal person would be like, well, these games are just totally the same, you know?
Right.
But they're not, obviously. And so I think that those who understand the mechanics of these games have a lot to like. They're not for me. But friend of the show, Sophia Narwitz, is like a fucking huge nerd of these games. And she's nasty at these games too. Like she pops these platinums out. I don't even have any idea. At the speed in which she popped, like just absolutely embarrasses me on the trophy front. The final inquiry here before we get into the news as it stands comes from Matthew Mendillo, who says, hey guys, this is specifically for Colin and maybe Chris. Sorry, Dustin. I'm glad you're really liking Far Cry. I'm a fellow Far Cry fan and I'm enjoying it too. I think you should consider checking out Ghost Recon Wildlands. It has the same gameplay loop as Far Cry, but set in cartel-ridden Bolivia. It has tons of customization from clothing to weapon mods. The story is great. Think the 12-strong unit sent into Afghanistan in the early war on terror, and you'll get the picture. Your team is sent to trade and aid the militia against the cartel. It's the last true of the Tom Clancy game, in my opinion, and I think you'd love it. Hope you consider it. So I wanted to say, this game, I was really excited about this game. People that remember my time at Kind of Funny will remember that I was like actually really looking forward to it. And if you look at my trophies, you'll realize that this is the game that came out when everything went down with me there. And so the very last trophy I earned was a Wildlands trophy. And then I didn't play games for like 5 months or something like that. And then you see me pop back in. So Wildlands has this almost stench to it. It's funny because Horizon Zero Dawn, I platinumed like the week before all of that went down. And then I started playing, I think Mass Effect Andromeda maybe, and something else. And then everything went down. So the game has like a weird stench to me, but I do want to go back to it because it really did look fun. And I think I remember enjoying it. I just, as I recall, everything just went down. And so I kind of miss it. And I know that there's one after that as well that I also missed.
Yeah. Breakpoint is
where something like some horrible.
That one's not good. That one's not good.
Yeah, people I don't think like that one either. So did you play this one, Chris?
No, but I did have friends who were like into Wildlands. Like they did play it, and they were like, yeah, it's not fantastic, but like it is fun. Like it was one of those games that people kind of agreed was not necessarily what Ubisoft should have been doing with Tom Clancy, but it worked in a way that was satisfying enough. Like I remember my friends were talking about this specific mission that they were on where like there was like a Predator tie-in or something, because I think, or like a Terminator. I can't remember what the hell. There was like a tie-in with, I think, Predator. So like there was like a Predator like hunting them or whatever the hell. And it was like, they had like a blast with it. So I think it is a fun game based on the people that I know who've played it, but I haven't touched these games. So I can't really attest to whether or not that's true.
Fair enough. Hey, it's us. We're doing something totally unprecedented for our show anyway. This is episode 179.
Yeah.
We have already put the episode live, but mere hours after we put the episode live breaks this major story from Bloomberg. And we're just kind of responding to it now. In fact, it broke when I was recording an episode of Knockback. But I let the guys know that we wanted to get together to kind of bump this in. So we've gone back to an episode some of you have already listened to on Patreon. Everyone on free feeds will get this episode as it is, but we've gone back in and made sure to add this in. So listen carefully. The story is called PlayStation Plans New Service to Take on Xbox Game Pass. And here's what it says in part. Quote, Sony Group Corp's PlayStation division is planning a new subscription service to compete with rival Microsoft's popular Xbox Game Pass, according to people familiar with Sony's plans and documents reviewed by Bloomberg. The service, codenamed Spartacus, will allow PlayStation owners to pay a monthly fee for access to a catalog of modern and classic games, said the people, who were asked not to be identified, blah, blah, blah. The offering will likely be available on the smash hit PlayStation 4, which has sold more than 116 million units, and its elusive successor, the PlayStation 5. When it launches expected in the spring, the service will merge Sony's 2 existing subscription plans. Finally, PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Now. Currently, PlayStation Plus is required for most online multiplayer games and offers free monthly titles, while PlayStation Now allows users to stream or download older games. Documents reviewed by Bloomberg suggest that Sony plans to retain the PlayStation Plus branding, but phase out PlayStation Now. Smart. Details on Spartacus may not be finalized, but documentation reviewed by Bloomberg outlines a service with 3 tiers. The first would include existing PlayStation Plus benefits. The second would offer a large catalog of PlayStation 4 and eventually PlayStation 5 games. The third tier would add extended demos, game streaming, and a library of classic PS1, PS2, PS3, and PSP games. A representative for PlayStation didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. That's basically all we have to work on. Yeah. Chris, I'll kick it off to you first. The codename Spartacus. What do you think about PlayStation's purported plans, according to Bloomberg, of finally combining PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Now and approaching the situation with 3 different tiers, in which the lowest tier would be what we know now as PS Plus?
Yeah, so I would say this is mostly smart. I think we've talked a lot on the show wondering about like how long Sony could go ignoring this massive competition. I think even in this episode that we're adding this to, we've probably talked about that at some point in relation to some other story. And it's smart that they're looking into ways to kind of compete with Game Pass on this front. It's not exactly the same thing as Game Pass. It's not day and date first party releases, but it's a start, and it's a smart thing to get into the subscription game now. Arguably, I think they waited a little bit too long, but this is a good start. I think PlayStation Now being phased out and added to PlayStation Plus, that's a smart move. That's something we've been saying on the show for a while. I think I said this when PlayStation Now came out. I was like, listen, this should just be PlayStation Plus. I don't understand what they're doing. It muddies up the subscription service as far as like you got Plus and you got Now, and it's a mess. Which is why the tiered option kind of confuses me. I'm not satisfied by this solution to backwards compatibility. I think it's a good thing that it's happening, presumably. You know, it's great. It's a great thing that we'll be able to have access to these older titles. It just reminds me of the way Nintendo is handling their N64 package, and the fact that you're not allowed to buy Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. You have to pay in perpetuity to play those, and that rubs me the wrong way. It's kind of like the monkey's paw situation with this. I was like, I want backwards compatibility. It's like, okay, you can only get it through a subscription service. So it's like, I don't know. I feel mixed on that part, because I'm excited, but also, the delivery is a little bit weird. Ultimately, though, I think this is a good thing. I think competition is good. I think this is going to make PlayStation a more interesting place to play. I think it's probably going to make Xbox Game Pass even better. I think a rising tide raises all boats in this situation. And I'm just glad to be done with PlayStation Now.
Yeah,
I think it's smart.
That's my one major thing is I almost pulled the trigger recently, and now I'm definitely not going to. But the other thing is that as I said on a recent episode, I bought like 3 years of PS Plus at $30 a year or whatever it was. So I wonder how that's all going to work out. Probably just give me the lowest tier, and then I'll have to upgrade. So the things, Dustin, that we don't know we have some, I mean, there are a lot of important details we don't know, but we don't know the pricing structure as it compares to PlayStation Plus. What it sounds like to me is that PlayStation Plus, as it costs now, is going to be the lowest tier. And then they're going to add $10 on top of that, and then maybe $10 on top of that again, or something like that a month. And then you'll get this more robust service. So we don't know price, but we also don't know the interactivity in which third parties and others are going to work with this or not. The important thing here is it says PlayStation 4 games and then eventually PlayStation 5 games. We already know that Xbox is working hard on both and getting both. And it's also unclear if Sony is going to rely mostly on their own games or on others' games. PlayStation Now actually has an extensive catalog. I read that PlayStation Now's catalog is actually bigger than Game Pass's. It's unclear if all those games need to come over, what the license agreements are on those. And a major question for me, too, is trophy support, which I think is going to be key. And by the way, there is a really interesting series of patents that suggest that Sony's actually been working on trying to get trophies into these games. And so this might all come together. I'm curious, Dustin, what you think of this surprise news.
I'd like to add a third tier of things that we don't know.
Please.
And that's the nature of the library of classic titles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to guess this is one of two things. Either this third tier that has classic games is only playable on PlayStation 5, or if it's also available to get the classic PS1, PS2, PS3, and PSP games, that these will be streamed. and not running natively on the console. And I mean, there's a possibility that we see improvements to Sony's streaming platform, but as it stands right now with PS Now, and we've talked about on the show, the PS3 streaming sucks really bad.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited about the possibilities of the classic library. It sounds cool. I'm with Chris, though, in that I'd love to be able to purchase or put in my own discs into the console, of course. But like I said, we don't know the nature of how these games will be emulated or not at all, potentially just streamed to you. And that's a big point of concern for me. I mean, even we have to be careful with emulation right now, also, just in that Nintendo is emulating their games on the Switch, and they're not doing a very good job of it either. There's a decent amount of problems with those games. It's not unplayable or anything like that, but it's definitely not high quality emulation. So that's something that we have to keep an eye on as we learn more about this program. And who knows, maybe it's a potential that they say, hey, you get this library, they run natively on PS5, and if you've got the disc, you can pop it in and play it. Backwards compatibility. I just don't know if I would expect Sony to do exactly what we want our wildest dreams.
Yeah, they're going to have to. The back compat thing is going to have to be handled very, 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 very carefully, because the thing is, it's like, this is going to be tier 3 of this subscription, which means that backwards compatibility is possible on your machine, but you have to pay to unlock it, and I don't see how that's going to go over well optically when Microsoft has kind of the opposite approach where, hey, you don't have to pay for anything. If you have the disc, you could just use it. And by the way, it's also going to run at 60 frames in 4K because we just did that somehow. I feel the way they handle that aspect of this subscription service, I think, is actually going to be more important than people give it credit for, because a lot of people probably think like, oh, backwards compatibility, no big deal. People are more excited for new games than they are excited for old games. But what's important to consider is, the way that these things get covered is always going to be in comparison to the competition. And there's no doubt here between Nintendo and Microsoft that Microsoft is just doing backwards compatibility way, way, way better. And if Sony's going to jump into this ring, if they're going to want to compete in this ring, they're going to have to match that, or at the very least, these have to be natively running through the subscription service. These cannot be weird backwoods emulations. These can't be streamed titles. They need to be running natively, like they were on PS3, by the way. That's the biggest thing that they, I think, have to nail, because everything else is like surefire. Like they're gonna get games, they're going to get partners. That's not, I don't see that being an issue, really. But I don't know, man. We'll see. It's very interesting.
There is a hint
shaking out.
There is a hint here that what you're saying hopefully does come to pass, that it's going to be native, because the final paragraph of the story from Bloomberg says, quote, Sony is also putting resources into expanding its efforts in cloud gaming. The people familiar with the plan said, end quote. Mm-hmm. So that indicates that this is different, and maybe we'll work together. But that is my hope. And as Tom at Moore's Law is Dead and I always kid around about, and I've said so many times, there are literally warehouses of PS3s running PlayStation Now games. I want to repeat that just one more time so everyone understands. There are PS3s, and this is what he was saying. They're on he was saying something like there are 90 nanometer silicon chips. And by the way, I'm sorry if you hear knocking. I have people hanging up stuff in my house. I hired people, and we didn't anticipate on doing this here. You hear that?
A little bit.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Sorry. So, so nonetheless, I feel like the final thing I wanted to touch on before we exit and go back to the regular show is the inclusion of PSP games. This is huge, and it shows why it was so stupid to make the Vita do all these different things that it did, because it just strands those games there. Now there's going to be a solution for everything except for that platform, and it's a goddamn shame, especially as we're hearing stuff like Freedom Wars is going to close down soon, and Soul Sacrifice, and all these games that people still like on there. But you think about, like, there's a mainline Uncharted game, like a Nathan Drake Uncharted game on Vita. There's a Killzone game on Vita that no one's ever going to play again, and all these things. So I hope that they figure out some sort of solution for that as well. Not to mention the likes of Persona 4, Golden, and others that are otherwise only available on PC. So that's my hope. Dustin, let me ask you this as we exit, though. Do you anticipate that this, when it will be announced, will be well received? And I want you to hit me with your prediction as to like what they're going to come out. You don't have to name it or anything. I think it'll be called PlayStation Plus, but what, because they have a lot of power with that brand. 12 years old now. What do you think it's going to be? Like, what do you think they're going to come out and say? When is it going to come out? What's going to be available for it? What's it going to cost?
Well, it sounds like spring. I'm trying to think of a particular date or time frame in which that would be, like April or May. May sounds about right. I feel like as far as the reaction, I think that's kind of an interesting angle, is that the main thing that this service is not going to have is one of the biggest benefits of Game Pass, and that is first-party titles day and date on release. I do not expect that to be here for this service. And I think that they will catch flack for that. No matter what the offering is, people will compare it to Game Pass and say, well, Xbox is giving us their first-party games, which is kind of a good point, but I think that Sony's smart to keep their ace in the hole behind premium purchases, because like we've talked about before, they view themselves and have marketed themselves as this premier outlet for gaming. So I think that's going to be a big part of the feedback around it. I'm just, the other really big curious thing to me, and Chris hit on this and so did I, but the 3-tiered structure is weird to me. It makes it slightly more confusing than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But this is
Game
a
Pass
game.
has the standard Game Pass, and then they have Game Pass Ultimate, and it's very clear what you get with those. And so they're going to add this third tier of PS Plus. That
Wait a minute, but isn't there 3 tiers on Xbox too? Because you have Gold, then you have Game Pass, then you have Game Pass Ultimate, right?
That's true.
So
I think that does Game Pass Ultimate includes Gold. So maybe
right.
It is just as confusing.
Yeah, I think the reason for that, it is weird and it's annoying. Maybe 2 options would have been better, but I think their idea is like, we got to keep PlayStation Plus the way it is now. You're not going to get anything more for the money you're paying right now. I think, in fact, we're lucky that they're not charging more for PS Plus. Remember, they did increase PS Plus's price not too long ago.
But so is it like the first tier is just PlayStation Plus, the second tier is PlayStation Plus and now, and then 3 is
so what the story, library? I'll read the story again. What it says is, just so we get it right, when it launches in the spring, the service will merge Sony's 2 existing subscription service. Details on Spartacus. Yeah, here it is. So it's 3 tiers. Quote, the first would include existing PlayStation Plus benefits. The second would offer a large catalog of PlayStation 4 and eventually PlayStation 5 games. The third tier would add extended demos, game streaming. So PlayStation Now would be in or whatever it is, will be in this with PS1, PS2, PS3, and PSP games. So it's actually pretty similar to what Nintendo's doing, if anything, with their, or it's some sort of hybrid of that with their N64, Sega Genesis subscription service thing, where it's a bunch of different tiers. I'm curious if they will do the first party thing or not. I don't think they can. I clearly don't think they want to, but wouldn't that be massive? Like, I feel like that would be the end of Xbox's advantage, right? If Sony was like, we're just going to do that too, then Xbox no longer has an advantage in terms of, but now this really needs to stick. Now Sony is really ahead of its skis.
There is the PC angle on Xbox, which still does not exist on PlayStation, but I do think that would be like a massive thing. It's just, I don't think they're willing to do that. And it's a weird kind of thing, because if you do that, after everything they've said, like it just seems like it would be like, well, maybe we'll do it. I don't foresee that happening, at least for a while, but there's no question that would, the absence of that feature kind of, it does kind of miss a huge convincing point of Game Pass, which is, I get all the first party stuff. That is kind of a big deal. So we'll see. The way it's structured right now, though, I don't see this as it is being as big as I think they want it to be. I think the 3-tiered structure is a little weird. I think locking backwards compatibility behind a high price tier is a little weird, and the lack of first party included in that package is probably going to be less of a convincing draw than Game Pass is on PC and your old consoles and like all this shit that they have going for it. But I do think it's a good point to start, and this is going to be a very interesting time to pay attention to the gaming ecosystem, because Sony's doing shit that I feel like they weren't planning on doing when Game Pass first came out. This feels begrudging, though, I will say.
Definitely.
It feels like a begrudged move.
Well, I agree with you there, and I also feel like if this is true, this is a pretty aggressive move. And I feel like it's a move that Sony's making to kill this thing in the crib if they can. Game Pass, right? Now, it's not going to work. It's too late. Game Pass is too popular. It's too valuable. It's too good, right? I think, but if they were a little more nimble maybe the decision makers there made those decisions 2 years ago, and this is as much time as they're going to need. But my hope for this thing personally is that if they're not going to put up consistent hundreds of games or whatever it would be, then I really hope that they do the Wii style virtual console. Let's have something new every week. Like, I loved that about virtual console. It was fun for a couple of years. It got annoying after a while, but it was cool. Like, you never knew what was going to come out until that day. And then there'd be like 2 NES games, and there's a Genesis game, and there's a TurboGrafx game. And I think doing it like that and adding to it, and even it would be even exciting of like a bunch of silhouettes that they're slowly filling in as time goes on, like promises and things they're working on. And before you know it, you have this amazing catalog of games, but it's going to require a lot of licensing, a lot of work, a lot of cajoling, probably, I imagine, with partners. And I think the differentiator will be if they go all in on their new games or not. And I just don't think they're going to do that. I agree. I just feel like, first of all, that would have been in the planning documents that Bloomberg went over, and that's too risky, I think, for not enough money. Because remember, Game Pass is no doubt a loss leader. I want people to keep that in mind. Microsoft and people that work there, like Phil Spencer, have a fiduciary obligation to tell the truth about their products. That's why they're often vague about them. He never uses the P word, profit. He uses the S word, sustainable. Those are 2 different things. Mm-hmm. I don't think Sony can sustain the level of loss that Game Pass is probably incurring right now. And that's the major difference. So we're going to see what happens. And I think maybe the approach is what the approach I've been saying would be right to begin with, which is we're better. And that might be the approach. Our back catalog is better. Who's going to deny that? I mean, for starters, right? Like, it's like you can have Xbox One's library. We'll have PS4's library. And those are good starting spaces. So I'm feeling pretty bullish for Sony right now. I think this is great. And it makes it a little more exciting. They're quiet. This might be something that would be revealed in person at a in-person show, maybe at E3 when they come back, although I don't think they would. Maybe they would do something in the spring. Maybe PSX, the rumblings of that will reappear. I don't know. But boys, I wanted to make sure to put that in the wild because I thought it would have been peculiar and annoying to publish a show and then 4 hours later, a massive piece of news comes out and then we wait an entire week, which would be 10 days for the public. So I wanted to get that out there, but we'll go much deeper into this next week. I wonder if we'll get any more reporting on it to fill in the crevices. And then also we'll take your listener inquiries as we always do, and we'll get deeper into the possibilities of Project Spartacus. But in the meantime, we'll go back into what was number one and continue with the show from there. Goodbye. All right, my friends, let's get into the news as it stands now. We'll start with number one as we always do, but this broke right before we started recording indeed. So I wrote it up in earnest. Number one, the Battlefield franchise is about to receive a massive overhaul, according to a story from website GameSpot. We don't talk about them very much. Yeah. This story, clearly done with publisher Electronic Arts' blessing and participation, makes some interesting proclamations for the future of the Under Siege FPS franchise. The article notes in part, quote, perhaps the biggest change being announced today is EA is formally announcing the creation of a Battlefield universe that will seemingly span multiple games and offerings, which will be developed by different studios across North America and Europe, end quote. Battlefield 2042, which just came out, will continue to be fully supported. That said, the future approach to the franchise will be far more broad. Vince Zampella told GameSpot in part, quote, we intend to build a Battlefield universe, one with multiple projects that are interconnected with the player at the center. We plan to grow Battlefield and meet players where they play through various experiences and business models, end quote. As for Zampella, he's been promoted to now overseeing all of Battlefield for Electronic Arts. You'll, of course, know Zampella for being the co-founder of both Activision-owned Infinity Ward and EA-owned Respawn, the studios that created Call of Duty and Titanfall/Apex Legends, respectively, so he may know a thing or two. 2 other key personnel decisions have been made as well. EA-owned Team DICE, known for its dev work on Battlefield and its vital work on the Frostbite engine, is losing its longtime GM. Oscar Gabrielson is leaving EA and will be replaced by Rebecca Kustas, who previously worked at Ubisoft. The recently announced EA team, Ripple Effect, which was called DICE LA, is apparently working on a game, while a new studio EA is funding in Seattle, led by one-time Halo dev Marcus Leto, is working on another game. There will also be plenty of content folded into future seasons of Battlefield 2042. EA's Battlefield series began about 20 years ago with 2002's Battlefield 1942. 2005's Battlefield 2 was the first game to come to console when it came to PlayStation 2 that year, and the series saw entries on PS3 with 2008's Battlefield Bad Company, 2009's Battlefield 1943, and Battlefield Bad Company 2, my personal favorite, and 2011's Battlefield 3. 2013's Battlefield 4 came to PS4 and PS5 PS3 and PS4, as did 2015's Battlefield Hardline, while 2016's Battlefield 1 and 2018's Battlefield 5 both migrated to PS4 only. Battlefield 2042, the multiplayer-only iteration launched just weeks ago, is on both PS4 and PS5. It is not being well received. Unclear how it's selling. Chris, I find this really interesting. First of all, Vince Zampella will now have had his hands on both major shooter franchises, in addition to what I think a lot of people would understand is the third-place shooter franchise in Titanfall and Apex Legends. So I find that really interesting. He's like the godfather of these games now. But what do you think about EA approaching an almost Activision-like schedule for Battlefield? And it seems like they're going to engage a bunch of their teams. Maybe they're going to try to go for Warzone and others. What do you think about this approach?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about this, because in my opinion, the thing that kind of like set Battlefield apart from Call of Duty was the fact that it did feel a little bit more to me anyway, it felt a little bit more boutique. Like it felt like, oh, hey, here's this thing that comes around every so often. Like every 3 years we get a new Battlefield or whatever. It was a little bit more common before, but like still it wasn't as like annualized as Call of Duty had been. And I think the idea of maybe like going on this kind of schedule, I know it does well for Activision to sell a lot of copies of Call of Duty, and I'm sure it's financially like a smart thing to do. I just could see this being a really negative thing for the series, and I don't imagine that I would be too enthused by future Battlefield titles if I knew that there would be one to just replace it every single year, or unless they're like trying to do the Riot thing where they're like, hey, here's different genres of games in the Battlefield universe. But at the same time, it's like, what Battlefield universe is there? You know, Battlefield there's no lore. It's just Battlefield. So like, I don't know.
That's true.
It just feels like it doesn't have the legs for something like what Riot is doing with League of Legends. And it doesn't feel like they put enough care into each release lately for there to be really any benefit to going annual. Like Battlefield 2043, or is it 2042? Sorry, this new game took what, like a handful of years, and it's
3 years in between the games. Yeah,
this took 3 years, and it's a mess right now. So like, why would I feel more confident in the idea that like, oh, maybe we get a new one of these every year? It's like, what? It's so strange because like Battlefield 1 I thought was awesome. And like Battlefield Bad Company 2 was awesome. And they have these great games like under them. And then sometimes they just fumble in like ways that are so incomprehensible that I don't understand the reasoning or like what could have possibly gone wrong. And I certainly don't understand the desire to have this kind of outcome more regularly. Like you got to polish your thing first. You got to if Battlefield 2042 launched in a state that was like really, really polished and really, really solid, and like it was working really flawlessly, and it was like this like shining beacon of FPSs this year, and it like came out on top of Halo and Call of Duty, I would be like a little bit more forgiving. I would be a little bit more like, yeah, okay, well, you've proven you can outdo Call of Duty. You've proven that you can somehow outdo Halo. Yeah, why not go for a more regular release schedule? It wouldn't be what I would want, but I could understand at that point if they had a cycle that was nailed down enough to deliver quality experiences. But this thing is broken. I don't get it.
It's very well. It's very well said. I'm perplexed that they let this happen, because this never seems to happen to Call of Duty. So it just doesn't make any sense. It's not inevitable. Remember 10 years ago when an MMO would come out and it was inevitable that it would crash and you wouldn't be able to play it for like 3 days and people just didn't know how to deal with it. And like, that's not inevitable anymore. Now you can anticipate and work around things. And when companies know that's why when Final Fantasy XIV started failing on the server side, they were very apologetic because they realized that it was their fault that was happening. They need to do more. And as I kick this over to you, Dustin, my concern is, well, I have a concern, but also I guess an observation. My concern is that EA is starting to copy Activision at a time when Activision isn't a company to be copied. I don't feel like Call of Duty was a success this year. I feel like this is what is starting to crush these various, or will start crushing these various companies, are each other's initiatives that seem just like their own. And I think you're right, Chris, that the boutique was the exact word I was using. Like there just seemed to be a smaller feel of Battlefield, and they were also different games. So my concern is that they're kind of like homogenizing themselves, which will take people off of the line to make other games. I mean, they're making Dead Space, obviously they're making Skate 4, and I'm sure they're making more, Mass Effect, Dragon Age. So they're much better situated in that world than EA is, but it's clear, or than Activision is, but it's clear that they want what Activision has, and that concerns me. And then, well, let me throw that to you first. Do you agree with that line of thinking?
I guess, yeah, they're trying to copy, like you said, trying to be more Activision-like, and especially right now, it doesn't make any sense to me in that if we look at the lineage of Battlefield games, Battlefield 1, pretty big hit. Story mode people enjoy, but people are there for the multiplayer, right? And then Battlefield 5 comes out, and it seems they are spread a little thin in that single player, I don't know. I didn't even hear very much about it, so I don't even know if people really cared about it. It didn't have very much legs as far as the multiplayer, and the Battle Royale mode was an instant flop. And so you would think that the move would be to say, hey, let's double down on what we're actually good at and make a multiplayer suite, and we're going to stand by it. It'll be $60 for just a multiplayer suite. And initially when they said that, I thought, okay, this actually makes some sense in that they haven't been in a modern / futuristic type setting in a while. They're doubling down on what people really love about this IP. And then it comes out and it's half baked and it's not even feature rich. So now you're telling me the strategy is just to start pumping out more Battlefield games? What? Like you couldn't even double down on what people like about this IP. And I know that there's people that are playing Battlefield 2042 and having a great time. But the overwhelming thing I hear is that there's not enough there to justify how much you're paying for this multiplayer suite. So I really don't understand the direction here. I mean, Vince Zampella, we've seen as a smart guy. Clearly, I'm wondering if he's going to be a little stretched thin at EA, since he seems to be pushed around wherever it seems like they need him. They like press the Vince Zampella button and he shows up to try to save the day. I don't know. This series just can't seem to get on a solid track. And I think that's what Chris was saying, is that they're really up and down. And I don't know if this is the right way to take it.
Yeah, it's strange from the perspectives in which you guys analyzed. And I also think it's strange from another perspective, which seems like it's not a bad thing, but I think it's a curious thing anyway. games that began as multiplayer games are now looking for single player solutions, and they're looking for like more robust ways to engage audiences that don't want to play in the core multiplayer offering. I think about Smilegate with Crossfire, right? Or Crossfire X with Remedy. Or I think about what PUBG Corp is doing with Callisto Protocol, which is kind of this PUBG single player game. It seems to me that everyone wants what everyone else has, and no one seems to be content with their own piece of the pie, which they can make as savory or as sweet as they want. And yet they just focus on this really perplexing, understandable businesses tend towards expansion always. I mean, that is an economic rule, but no one seems to like look behind you. You use the right term, Dustin, half baked. No one looks behind them and says like, oh, the pie is runny and shitty. Right? Like, why are we, let's not get another slice. Let's make our slice like really good before.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is weird. So now you have like Smilegate not keeping their eye on the ball. Now you have PUBG not keeping their eye on the ball. You have all of these different companies not keeping their eye on the ball, and they're all competing with each other on this multiplayer front. And now they're all in several years going to be competing with each other on these other fronts. I really just think sometimes you have to understand even these mega publishers, like, why can't you let Call of Duty be Call of Duty? Why can't you let Battlefield be Battlefield? If you want something else, do something else. It behooves you to do something else. It behooves you to explore. That's why I think EA is obviously a better company than Activision for many gamers. Activision sold tons of copies of Crash Bandicoot and tons of copies of Spyro, and they don't seem to give a shit, right? They move their teams around to fulfill immediate goals, like by taking Vicarious Visions away or these others and putting them into Blizzard and ruining cultures and not allowing people to flex their muscles. It's a problem. And I understand that EA does it better, but they're clearly chasing big products. That was what the Codemasters acquisition was all about. That's what keeping BioWare engaged, as we were talking about last week. For some reason, they're still engaged. That's what that's all about. I just think about what we were talking about with the lesson of BioWare. They had a special studio and they ruined it by making them do something they didn't want to do and making them stretch too thin. I don't understand why companies can't just make a bunch of different verticals in which they understand, like, this is a single player game. This is a one-off. This is this. This is that. And I understand that it might seem economically naive to put that forth, but I do believe that if you start doing the UB art style things with Valiant Hearts and Child of Light, people remember that. And people still talk about those games because they were different and special, and we were all confused why they didn't do more, right? So I appreciate that some publishers are trying. Square Enix is trying with Tokyo RPG Factory, and others are trying, but I just think everything's folding into these nice, neat buckets. And now we're just going to get a bunch of single player enhanced, multiplayer feeding experiences in a few years. Just like we got a bunch of open world multiplayer games, just like we got a bunch of Grand Theft Auto clones, just like we got a bunch of FPS, online pass games and all. Just more trends. And it's frustrating, but
yeah,
we'll see what it goes. I will say again with Vince Zampella, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Dustin. This is clearly an auteur type dude, and EA is doing whatever they can to keep him. He has his fingers on a bunch of different projects. And again, if you made Call of Duty or helped make Call of Duty and helped make Titanfall and Apex Legends and even very popular, or not popular, I should say, but good selling, although not maybe very critically popular Battlefront games, dude's pretty auspicious. So we'll see what he can do. What do you think, by the way, Chris, of this Marcus Leto or Leto joining or leading one of the teams?
Yeah, I mean, that's I feel like we talk about this before?
Yeah, we
talked
that he was making a new studio for EA, but we didn't talk. He's making a Battlefield game.
Yeah, that's a little bit less exciting. I was kind of hoping for something a little bit because Marcus Leto is like a really talented artist specifically. Like he's like a really good art director. I think he led the campaign on Halo Reach, and I know that he was like a big art design influence on the original trilogy. And I just think he's talented enough to make something really cool in the Battlefield universe, but at the same time, I feel like somebody with those kinds of artist chops, I don't know if I always feel like you're kind of wasting talent if you have somebody like that make a Battlefield game. Like, hey, make something that looks really realistic and looks like it exists already. Like, I don't know if you want that out of somebody who's like genuinely skilled at creating new aesthetics and creating new styles, and it puts a damper on the excitement of that for sure for me.
All right, we'll see what happens as this all. The other thing I wanted to say, by the way, is I'm not totally convinced Oscar K. Rielson wasn't fired. Although he was at EA for a really long time, he's staying through the end of the year, and they did let him like write a letter. So it's unclear to me if that was true or not. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Battlefield has not been great since Battlefield 1, maybe, and I think some people would say Battlefield 3, right? And obviously Bad Company. So we'll see how it all goes. Number 2, something weird and unfortunate is going on with Godfall, the PlayStation 5 launch action RPG from Counterplay Games, published by Gearbox. As we reported in last week's show, Godfall is indeed part of December's PlayStation Plus free games offerings on both PS4 and PS5, alongside PS4 games LEGO DC Supervillains and Mortal Shell. The thing is, Godfall isn't really Godfall, but rather a new iteration of the game called Godfall Challenger Edition, an essentially endgame-centric version of this game totally stripped of its story mode, as well as its expansion, Fire and Darkness. Instead, this PS Plus version of Godfall is essentially a glorified demo, available from December 7th until January 3rd, that allows players to boost their levels to max immediately so that you can deploy to the 3 endgame modes, Lightbringer, Dreamstones, and the Tower of Trials. If you like all of that and for some reason want to play the game backwards, you can then upgrade the Deluxe Edition, which provides the core story experience as well as the aforementioned story expansion. Godfall, which came to PS5 and PC in 2020, launched natively on PlayStation 4 earlier this year. Its sales and critical receptions have been soft across the board, and with the universally negative reaction to the PS Plus iteration of this game, it seems unlikely it'll be saved. This is a really weird one. I'm going to go to Ken Beiser, who says, "Hey, Droll, and I have a question about the PS Plus offering for December. We knew that Godfall was going to be offered this month via a leak, and thus I avoided getting it on Black Friday or Cyber Monday. Following today's official announcement, it turns out we are getting the Challenger Edition, which to my understanding skips the story missions and jumps to the post-game content with the opportunity to purchase what you're missing out on. I've read conflicting things online about the ability to get the Platinum in the Challenger Edition. This was my first concern. I personally read that you can still get it. But after thinking about the situation for a while, I am left to wonder, is this a good thing? Should we be upset that our one PS5 offering isn't even the whole game? Is this something that will continue moving forward? Are we upset for nothing? What say you all? Thanks for the amazing content, and for God's sake, give the chicken a break." We will, Ken. Thank you for that. Dustin, let's go to you first on this one. This is, I don't think so when I saw that the PS Plus games were confirmed, this is not a surprise. They leak every month. So I was like, okay, I didn't think twice about it. But then when I went and started writing the show, I was like, wait, what is this Godfall thing? So then I thought it was a new edition, and I just saw that there was like a new edition. So then I put in as a placeholder in our story, and our stories was like, oh, new Godfall edition. I figured it was going to be like some deluxe edition. Instead, it's like the exact opposite. It's the anti-deluxe edition of Godfall. And they're putting it on PlayStation Plus. I think this is a fucking outrage, personally, that they're doing this. I don't know. I don't usually body Sony too often about PS Plus. I think that they're doing a pretty good job, and I give them compliments, especially on PlayStation Plus Collection. But Dustin, what do you make of this strange move that I think is just bringing more ire to a game that people don't already take seriously? This was their time to save this game, and I think they've done the exact opposite.
If I remember correctly, this isn't an unprecedented move of Sony to release a demo-like version. Specifically, I'm thinking of Drive Club, which they said, right, "Oh, we're going to give away Drive Club on PlayStation Plus. Look forward to it." And then it wasn't even that.
They announced that right ahead of time.
And then when it came out, it was Drive Club PlayStation Plus edition, which was not the full game. So they've done this before, but it's particularly interesting that they're doing it with Godfall, which is a game, to my understanding, is pretty much dead to begin with. If I want to try to look at this, I don't even know if I can say a positive light, but from their perspective, maybe they've gotten feedback that the endgame content is what people are actually enjoying, and so they want to get people to that as fast as possible. But then they're still you could include the story mode and then offer people boosts anyway to just say, hey, if you want to get to the end game content, here's a boost. But it just is really weird. This is, as far as wanting to save a game, this sounds like like you said, a demo. This isn't a game that people want to spend money on.
You can't save a body by bleeding it.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't understand. and then enhancing them to the. I know that they do this in Destiny and other games where they let you kind of bump your level so that you can play with your friends. But this is, I don't know, Chris, I'm really interested in your perspective on this because I just feel like I don't know what they're thinking. I don't understand the strategy here at all. But this game is already maligned. I thought that what they were going to do is say, like, we're saving Godfall by giving it to everyone and hoping that it sticks. It's the exact opposite. And by the way, we've seen success stories when they've done this in the past, not only with Sony, but with EA. Knockout City is one of those games that people started playing because of EA Pass or whatever they call EA Play. So I just feel like this is a non-starter. And by the way, if you look at the PlayStation blog, I have never seen people it's like hundreds of people just posting and people signing in saying like, I never post. I'm just signing in specifically to say this is insanity. So what do you think? Are we overwrought on this, or are we allowed to be upset?
No, it's fucking crazy. It's why the fact that they put out a version of the game that has less than the main version and then like have this weird audacity to call it like Challengers Edition,
and then ask you to buy the rest of it.
Yeah, like no, that's not. First of all, that's not the point of the like PS Plus. That's not what you expect from PS Plus ever. You know, like I'm pretty sure this has never happened before. I'm pretty sure every time a game is on PS Plus as a free game, it's free. You know, that's the game.
Yeah, except
but Drive Club is like a terrible thing to copy.
Right, and it's also 7 years ago.
Yeah,
it's also literally I was at IGN when that happened. So.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. It's like if you're gonna copy Drive Club, really? Like, how's that going for him? Like you can't. There, it really like defies all reason. Like I'm having trouble even like formulating like a way to convey how absurd this is, because it's just so out of pocket that they would do this and that they would think that that's like a smart thing to do. Like, why not just put the actual game? First of all, by the way, don't even bother with this game. Even if you have like, if you're a billionaire, don't spend the money on this game. Like, it's a waste. It really is terrible. But they could have at least gotten some people who are like, it didn't cost me anything, so I'm going to have like some fun with it. That's usually how it goes with these kinds of things.
They would have gotten hundreds of thousands of players doing that. No doubt.
For sure. Especially like there's so many people who are like not engaged in the conversation online. There's so many people who are like are not necessarily like following the industry in the same way that like maybe you guys and me are, you know, who don't know that Godfall is a piece of shit. You know, and they might just be forgiving enough for it if it's free. You know, it's like, it's fine. There are people who still play games at 30 frames a second, for God's sake. You know, I'm sure you could convince somebody to play Godfall without, you know, putting a gun to their head. But this is just not the way to do it. And it's just such a backwards way of doing business that I struggle to imagine how the person who made this call even got the job in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't go to the Wharton school, right? Like I don't have the deepest understanding of business, but I can usually understand or see, you know, what the point is. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing. You would want to do this with a popular game, and you'd also want to do it and telegraph that, right? For instance, if The Last of Us Part 2 actually had factions involved in it, you might say Factions is free this month. And if you like Factions, buy The Last of Us, one of the greatest games ever to a lot of, you know, like whatever. You don't do that to Godfall. And especially like you're making people earn the idea is you earn this content and then you play this end game stuff. Who's going to want to go back?
Right.
That's peculiar.
Yeah.
That shows a confidence, in other words, in a game that didn't earn that confidence. That's something that a Destiny would do or something. Be like, oh yeah, we'll skip you ahead, but you're definitely going to want to go back. I mean, the content's so great. I don't think anyone feels that way about Godfall. I don't want to be too harsh on it. I know it was Counterplay's attempt with Gearbox. I think Sony has some money wrapped up in this game. I think that probably has something to do with this. It was obviously very soft at launch. No one cares about it. And that was predictable. It looks vanilla and boring. And this was a chance to show someone something different. We're going to talk about it later. Like, why was Kingdoms of Amalur free last month? Because they're releasing DLC this month. That makes sense.
Yeah.
See, that's linear. I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Really stupid. Really dumb.
I also wanted to get Kickstand's inquiry in here. He says, hey, fellas, I don't want to be too harsh on Sony, but what are gamers who don't play multiplayer getting out of PS Plus besides store discounts in the collection if the monthly games are not interesting? At a time when Microsoft is giving away the farm with Game Pass, backwards compatibility, and a better lineup of upcoming games, I don't know what Sony is doing. Smarter people than I have said it before, merge PS Now with PS Plus and make everything downloadable. I feel like this is becoming a more urgent problem. And I don't know that Sony feels any urgency here. And I don't know if they should, because I think they look at these subscriber numbers. Remember, we tracked that PS Plus subscribers fell a little bit, but then they grew again. And that was tracked because of the end of COVID, as I guess people are identifying it and they're going back to work and they don't have PS Plus anymore. But they're just growing. And I think they look at it and say, like, we don't need to do much to fix this. And they look at Game Pass, and I think we still see a service. I mean, first of all, two things. On Black Friday, as I said last week, I bought a bunch of PS Plus subscriptions. So like I would get it for cheap. But so Xbox is doing the same thing. I was seeing people again loading up on $1 and $5 and $10 months. Yeah, I think you could do it for something like 3 years of Game Pass, like at these prices. So it's unclear to me still if people will find true value in Game Pass when they have to pay for it. And I think the answer is yes, but I think the data is still unclear. And so I want to say that. Dustin, you have something to say?
I just want to add that he's comparing Game Pass to the PS Plus free games, and the price difference is very different.
But he's also noting that he says, though, also, to be fair, the 20 games in the collection as well. I agree that and again, I make that argument of quality versus quantity that people take umbrage with. But you're right.
Right.
I mean, these are apples and oranges, but I think they need Sony. It's on Sony to make them apples and apples. We've said before, I just don't know that I don't think Sony wants to play this game. I think it was up to them, they wouldn't, but I don't know that they can ignore it. You know, it's like we have Forza and Halo back to back. These games won't sell well, but that they're going to have huge player counts. And I think they're almost playing like checkers and chess. Well, I don't want to say that because one is better than the other, obviously. They're playing just totally different games. And I think the gravity well is with one, and it's pulling everything towards it. And shit like this month in PS Plus, not to beat a dead horse, but it just makes it look bad at a time when Game Pass is looking great. Because no one thinks about Xbox. If you do an apples for apples gold to plus comparison, I mean, it's a joke. PS Plus obviously wins, but no one cares about that. They're over that now. I'm surprised they even do that anymore, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. They really could get away with just not doing it.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
Like, I don't think anybody would even miss it. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like this, I feel like Sony just really does not want to be in the space that Microsoft is trying to force themselves into. I think the community is a little bit slower to react to the realities of what the industry is like than these companies are. Like Microsoft is very clearly not competing with PlayStation right now. Like they are very clearly like in the realm of like Netflix and like Amazon and like Google, and they're like, how do we get, like, there's already talk of Xbox Game Pass coming on like being an app that you can download for your television, you know? Like that's kind of the space that they're occupying. And I don't think Sony's playing that game because that's not what they're trying to do. Sony's trying to maintain kind of like the status quo, really, because why would you want to change? Like the status quo for the last 10 years has been really positive for Sony. There's no reason to shake things up. There's no reason to do anything that could like possibly put that stranglehold in jeopardy. And I think just they're really confident in this kind of business model. They're really confident in the business of selling consoles and making exclusives to sell those consoles. Microsoft isn't, but Microsoft is confident in their subscription services, and they understand, I think, probably a little bit better than Sony does, that like this is something that's probably going to come sooner than later. And I think Microsoft is just kind of embracing this future early, which I think is smart. And I think Sony's a little unwise not to understand that, but at the same time, I understand why they wouldn't necessarily want to be out there shaking things up if everything's working perfectly fine for them.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the status quo benefits them. I'd be scared if I were them. I don't know. I think that I don't think it's going to look like this in 2 years. I think that Sony might still be winning in 2 years, but I just think it's going to be different. And we need new barometers, new telemetry to measure things by. It's not so easy. I mean, we're seeing that as we were talking about with Xbox Series X and Xbox Series X. I was seeing rumors again where Xbox Series S is like almost all of the consoles that are being sold. I just saw a story of that today on the Xbox side. That's both meaningful because they have a cheaper console, but it's also a weaker console. But we're just not even talking about these like comparisons anymore. You might even like, where do you put Switch in all of this? And where do you put Switch OLED and PC sales and whatever? There's just so much mixed up. It's quite confusing, and we'll do the best we can to kind of keep track of all of it. But I think Sony needs to sharpen the blade a little bit now. Now, I think that they're looking at it and saying, guys, we have Horizon, God of War, and Gran Turismo. I think we'll be all right. And I think they're absolutely right. But that's not going to, butter everyone's roll, man. You need some multiplayer. You need some freebies. You need some tantalizing options for people to get involved. Cheaper options. I don't know. There's a lot to talk about. All right, let's get into number 3. After more than 6 years of development, Dying Light 2 has officially gone gold. Yeah. Well in advance of its planned release date. In fact, it went gold more than 2 months early. A not unheard of, but still rare move, more reminiscent of the disc-only days. Dying Light 2, which is subtitled Stay Human, is due to come to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on February 4th, 2022, and is the culmination of a development process that began in the wake of the original Dying Light, which launched on PS4 in 2015. The game comes from Polish team Techland, the studio behind the original as well as the seminal open-world game 2011's Dead Island. Their FPS Call of Juarez, first launched in 2006, also gained some renown. While Techland has dabbled in external publishing, its focus since Dead Island has been to work for itself, following a pair of Dead Island games, the last being 2013's Riptide on PS3. Dying Light has been heavily supported by DLC as well, though it's unclear if there'll be a similar long-tail plan with its sequel. Neo JD writes in, as he often does, and says, "Sup, fellas, Dying Light 2 has gone gold for its February 4th release date. Can we get a hype check?" Chris, Dying Light 2 hype check.
I think it's going to be good. I'm a little reserved on hype lately. Not that I feel like I've always been like a generally like, I don't normally give into hype a lot, but like especially this year where like so many things have been fumbled in such a weird way that like I'm just like, oh, man, I'm waiting for the next fumble, and I hope it's not this, but like I can't be too careful. I don't want to get myself excited about something that just like, hey, turns out it runs at 10 frames a second somehow, and it's like, okay, cool. I don't think that's the case, by the way, but I'm just like, cautious. I'm cautiously optimistic, I would say.
How do you feel about it, Dustin?
So I had a bit of vendetta against this game for a while because last time I was at E3, they had people dressed up as zombies roaming around the front of the halls, and they would kind of lunge at people and try to scare them. And one of them did successfully scare me, but they're lucky that I didn't like instinctively clock him in the face. And I just hate that. And that soured my opinion for just a little bit on this game because I thought this marketing, it's out of hand. Don't get in my face at E3. I'm already in a terrible mood. It's 9 a.m. So, but I will say, Colin, the gentleman you had on from Techland on PlayStation Plus, I will say he warmed my heart a little bit with his enthusiasm.
Bartosz Cologne is his name.
Yeah,
the head programmer.
So I think I'm going to play it for him, simply just because I liked his style and he seemed passionate. So I'm gonna check it out for him.
Every now and then you see like somebody on a development team that's like that. That reminds me of like Hugo Martin over at id, like when he was doing those like videos about like Doom, and he was just like, what an infectiously like optimistic, like confident energy. Like it makes me just want to play the game, even if I like don't really care about Doom at all as like a lore, as a series. But yeah, I think I just hope, man, like I don't know, with Cyberpunk and like Battlefield and like even Call of Duty's not doing well, and even Halo, for as good as that is, like missing like you don't have team deathmatch for real. Just all these like really random fumbles that you'd think are really like common sense that even like a child could tell you, like, you should probably do this. Your game should probably run at like a reasonable frame rate. Hey, you should have team deathmatch. Hey, maybe your game should work when it comes out. Just has me like soured on games lately, which is a shame because they've given me no reason to feel that way, but like everything around it has.
Sure.
So it's just like infected it.
A lot of bean counting going on right now. Although That's always the case. All right. Oh, by the way, to answer the question, my hype check, I mean, I don't get hyped about anything, but that's a day one purchase for me. And I get hyped, I guess, but day one purchase, really looking forward to playing it. And I still say Dying Light is one of the PS4's very best games, like hands down, one of the very best games on the console. And I'm really excited to see if they can follow it up. I think Dying Light has been a really influential game too. And I think it really underrated. Again, if you play Far Cry 6 and you can't see Dying Light all over that game, I would suggest you've never played Dying Light because it's pretty obvious that they were inspired by it.
I hope they put a zombie in it.
We'll see. Probably be a zombie or two in there.
Yeah.
Maybe everyone's healed in Dying Light too. I don't know. I haven't watched any trailers. Number 4. Those of us completely desperate for a successor to the PS Vita may have something exciting to look forward to, at least if the patent filed by Sony in Japan is any indication. As reported by website Video Games Chronicle, the new patent allows 2 custom PlayStation controller-like grips to be attached, in theory, to a smartphone, which can then allow the play of games via Remote Play or PlayStation Now. The controller schematics clearly resemble the DualShock 4, PlayStation 4's controller, minus the central part, which you can imagine would be replaced by your phone. As keenly noted by VGC, you can already connect your DualShock 4 to the phone with a Bluetooth connection, so this isn't really revolutionary. That said, this would be an ideal way to expand the reach of both PlayStation 4's and PlayStation 5's local remote play capabilities, as well as cloud gaming and access to PlayStation Now. As longtime listeners know, Sony patents things all the time, and the existence of a patent doesn't indicate something will come to market. That said, it shows that they're tinkering and taking this idea seriously enough to legally protect it. Michael Peckin wrote in and said, "Hello, Red Foreman and his symbiote sons. I recently came across PlayStation's patent for a Switch-style device using a phone. Will this be the handheld solution for PlayStation? It would make sense as a remote play is functional with mobile data now, and PlayStation seems to want to put effort into breaking into the mobile space. Thanks for making this Australian's life more bearable." Thank you, Michael, for writing in. Dustin, what do you make of this patent from Sony?
I think it makes sense. We already see products like this popping up. I think one of them is called Backbone, which is a controller grip for your phone. And we see more and more of this propping up, especially, to bring it up again, Game Pass just enabling more cloud games and even allowing cloud games on the console itself. That's something they're very focused on. And so you have to imagine that Sony is observing, not that they don't have those features, but just to see how the market reacts to something like that. And so, of course, they're going to want to have their own controller that they can sell to you. So Sony does some of these weird accessories every once in a while. We talked about the back button attachment recently, and I kind of see that as something like this, that maybe it's just an idea that they're floating around, and maybe we'll release something.
It would be very cool to see. It makes sense too, because the touchpad can just be replaced with the center phone. You can just press it if you need it. I'm sure that would be good for options and share too. They have little virtual buttons. Chris, what do you think about this? Would this make you want to play things on your phone? I feel like this is for me, this is kind of the thing that I would need to give that functionality a try. I'm not going to sit there with my phone and a controller, and I'm not going to sit there and obviously play games on the phone. So this is something that would be awesome, I think, but I don't know. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a better way of playing games on your phone, no doubt. But I don't know, like this kind of thing already exists in some facet, not for PlayStation, obviously, but like, I mean, like over in the Xbox space and even in the PC space too, like you can stream games to your phone, and they have these like 2 halves of a controller that you like snap onto the side of your phone. I've just never really been the person to dabble in that stuff, because when I want to play a game, typically I don't want to deal with streaming. You know, I don't want to have to, because all the games that I play are like really like reflexive and like multiplayer and like reactive, like and even things that aren't like multiplayer that rely on like good connection, things like Doom that are like fast and, you know, that require as low latency as possible. It's just not a platform that appeals to me. So even I think this is a good idea, but it's not going to pull me towards the phone. I'm already on my phone enough, and I hate that I'm on my phone that much. So, like, playing games on it, nah.
Fair enough. QT wrote in and said, "Hi, lads. We saw Sony's patent for a PlayStation mobile controller this week. Colin, does this idea satisfy your itch for a PlayStation-branded mobile device, or will you eternally be craving dedicated handheld hardware? All the best." I think this is Sony's way out, and so I don't embrace it, but I think that they have to embrace it, and they're going to embrace it. I think that is their way out. I think that is their strategy, and unfortunately we'll have to take what we can get. Do I want a dedicated handheld? You damn well know I want a dedicated handheld, but I just don't those days are gone. It's not going to happen. It's sad to say. It's not going to happen. So I think that this is the way forward. And if that's the way forward, then this is the best idea. I always want officially branded Sony stuff. I don't want third-party shit and all of that. And so that also is ideal. Even though these third-party devices work and all of that, I just, nah. It's like buying a Mad Catz controller on PS1 or like a third-party memory card that breaks. It's like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Number 5. Last week, we relayed word of some amazing work being done on PlayStation 3 by a fan group called PlayStation Online Network Emulated, or PS1. This group is making online PS3 games sing again, hosting private servers for the likes of MotorStorm, Killzone 2, and Calling All Cars, titles with long-defunct online functionality. Better yet, these games can be enjoyed with retail units and retail versions of the game with a mere edit of your console's DNS address. Well, another group called Destination Home has collaborated with PS1 to revive PlayStation Home, Sony's Second Life-like PS3 application that was both strangely before and ahead of its time. I think that's fair to say. As brought to our attention by VGC, Destination Home, quote, is a nonprofit project that aims to revive PlayStation Home Online for preservation and educational purposes, end quote, according to its website. Home launched as a free PS3 application in December of 2008. It was shut down nearly 7 years later in the spring of 2015. More than 40 million PSN users entered Home during its lifetime, which was a largely experimental and underutilized, almost budget digital space. Some will remember that it even spawned a PSP iteration called Room, though it never launched. The genius behind Destination Home is that it's crowdsourcing its content by mining the remains of users' PS3 hard drives, which may still house Home's various spaces, costumes, games, and other content. So that's the coolest part of it. But I was reading some of the dates, and I have to give credit. We cite Video Game Chronicle a lot. I'm friendly with them. I like those guys. And VGC is the one doing the legwork on a lot of these stories to dig this stuff up. So props to them for doing so. And it's working because Wet Willie wrote in and said, hey, fellas, wanted to follow up on a story that was discussed last week regarding PS3 games being playable online through a DNS. I tried this out with Killzone 2, and to my surprise, it works pretty well. Statistics are not tracked as of now, so online trophies cannot be popped, but the core functionality in online play is there. They even managed to use the font and theme for their own custom in-game messages. As you might imagine, there aren't many people to play with, but it's really cool to jump back into an online experience I put a ton of hours into growing up. Here's hoping that Sony lets this live. That's my major concern here, Dustin, is will Sony let these things live? And I think that, unfortunately, the press that this is getting, and certainly we're contributing to, might be bringing eyeballs to this, although first of all, I don't know if they really can do anything about it ultimately. Like, that's one thing. They probably could, but I don't know if they can. And number two, it's like, just let them do this. This is cool. And I especially appreciate the digital archaeology of basically taking dumps of people's hard drives and just gleaming things off of it because you can't download any of it anymore. So what do you think of this initiative to kind of save PS3's online games? I think it's quite touching, especially because there weren't many of us around that enjoyed that stuff compared to PlayStation Now. So
right.
It kind of touches the heart a little bit for me.
Yeah, I love it. And this is kind of in support of my argument of keeping games an option for physical, just because this PlayStation Home, which I understand it's not a traditional release, but they have to go and mine this off of people's hard drives because there was never any kind of physical version, which I know that wouldn't make sense, but you understand the point that I'm trying to make overall. So to see people going in and putting in the work to do the preservation is very cool. Though I'm sure there were dedicated people that played PlayStation Home and loved it. It was never something for me that I was excited about. I remember hopping in and just running around, and there'd be people in a bowling alley, so I'd try to like dance on their lap or something, just to kind of just annoy people.
That's what we used to do at IGN, is like put videos that like try to get videos of just harassing people, basically, because that's all you could do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris, are you going to jump into Killzone 2 or PlayStation Home?
I don't know. Probably not. This was. I think I kind of agree with Dustin, where like this was one of those things that I only saw from afar, because I think by the time I got a PlayStation 3, Home wasn't really a part of the conversation. It wasn't really big. I don't even know if I think it might have been.
It was never
down.
It was never big by the 2015 is when it went away for good.
So it was out. I just never I was never that curious about it. I tried it at a friend's house, or it was like, hey, check this out, it's a thing. And I was like, I walked around. I didn't dance on anybody's lap. I didn't know the controls, but I remember just walking around in this digital space, and I thought in my head, this is cool. It's like, it reminded me of like VR chat or like Ready Player One type deal where it's like, hey, here's just a virtual space that like people can just like choose how they look and like hang out, and like just an interesting way of interacting with games that I didn't see on the Xbox side or really anywhere to my knowledge at the time as a young kid. But I do think it was just one of those things that I appreciated in concept more than I appreciated in execution, and more than I cared to play. I was like, this is interesting, but it's not for me, really.
Fair enough. Tim Phillips wrote in and said, hello, CDC. As gaming giants such as Square Enix, Ubisoft, Sega, and EA, Sony Music, and Sony Pictures are currently looking into the NFT space, and some of them are claiming it's the future of gaming. Should we be cautious about its impending release of the PSVR 2? With the new direction Facebook and Meta is taking with their plans of a virtual metaverse hellscape bombarded with NFTs, it's probable that Sony could take the opportunity of getting in on that space of creating their own metaverse with a possible revival of PlayStation Home. I feel like you're right. I hate it, like, because I got to be honest with you. Cryptocurrency is to, at best for me, I'm skeptical about crypto just based on fiat rules and who takes it. And there's a whole, I'm not going to get into it, but I'm very skeptical. NFTs are nonsense. And I don't really, I actually read so deeply about NFTs one day because I'm like, there's something very similar to cryptocurrency where it took me like years to understand what the hell, even remotely, what is going on here. I just don't, my mind just doesn't work like that. With NFTs, it seemed so nonsensical that I went and read about them deeply because I was like, there's got to be some facet of this I'm missing, but I'm not missing anything. There's a picture and you own some sort of blockchain proof that you own it, but no one's not stopping anyone from doing anything they want with it. By the way, owning an NFT is not even owning a copyright. When I read that, I was flabbergasted. So in other words, you have no right to even use it. In these cases, you just own it and hope in this pyramid scheme that's developing that someone takes it off your hands for more than. So that shit's nonsense. And if that is what PlayStation Home is going to be, God help us all. I was turned on to this cartoon called Red Ape Family. Have you heard of this?
Oh my God. Is that the NFT cartoon?
Yeah, it's bad. Of
course it's bad.
And I don't understand. There's like this the internet's a wonderful and splendid thing. We all know that, but it's also a curse, but it convinces people of these things where in these micro communities, they're all convinced that it's true. But if you went to a normal person and said, this JPEG is worth $10,000, I think they'd fucking laugh in your face. And then they'd right click it and save it for themselves.
There's this great video of some guy explaining NFTs to Quentin Tarantino. And he's like, Quentin Tarantino was trying to understand it. So it's like, so you like, you own a picture? And he's like, no, here's where it gets interesting. And then it proceeds to get very uninteresting because it's not even really complicated like cryptocurrency. It's just you own the source code of this image, but you can't control it. So it's like, so what? It's like this is money laundering for sure. Like it's like it's so clearly like a big money laundering thing where it's like there's no way anybody is actually finding value in a picture of a fucking ape that somebody drew with a mouse on Microsoft Paint. Why do they all have to look like that, by the way? Like, why?
I don't know.
I understand. Look, I understand, like, like new forms of art, like cool crypto. I own the source code of this JPEG. But why do they all have to look so stupid? Why can't somebody make like a good looking NFT? Is that possible? It's all this monkey. It's just this.
Yeah. What is that about? Also, maybe it's because NFTs are just all about the creation of something for value. Art is not about the creation of something for value. Art is first something else. Then it becomes a store of value. And it's not gold. You don't dig art out of the ground like platinum. You know, like you make it. This is nonsense. And we talk about economic and corporate mysticism a lot on this show. In other words, this idea that things are so complicated, you just don't understand them. And people always kid around about how no one understands the economy. But I am very convinced that at these companies, there are people that think they're smarter than they are talking to old men and women on boards about shit they don't understand. And so Square Enix is like, crypto blockchain NFT, yeah. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. And meanwhile, you think those guys have any idea what they're talking about? And
no.
Like I was explaining to Micah recently, actually, I'm like, do you know that Bitcoin has an end date? Like Bitcoin ends, right? And like stops splitting and stops functioning in like 100 years or something like that, 150 years. And that's like part of it, is that it like multiplies on certain predictable dates and you're mining it and all of that. And 80% of it has been mined or something already, like all this crazy stuff. I'm like, it's nonsense. It's just all nonsense. And I'm sorry. Like, I know that I always like reading Peter Schiff on Twitter, who's like this conservative economist that everyone's always dunking on him because he buys gold and he always makes fun of cryptocurrency and as a store of value. And that's neither here nor there for me, but I just love, it just seems like a fanboy base, just like a video game. Or like a Korean pop band. It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing.
It's similar levels of just like completely isolated psychosis, where like it's just like I don't know what this ape means to you, but it doesn't mean much to literally anybody. And I just feel like, you know what this reminds me of? Like the people who like try and pawn this concept over on like older like board executives. It reminds me of when Warner. I think it was Warner. I could be wrong. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. But there was some company. I think it was Warner Brothers, when they bought Machinima because it was like a really like big name and it had like this big channel with a ton of views. And they realized it's just a bunch of kids cursing at each other in video games, and there was no value in it really at all because they didn't own anything.
Right.
And then they were just like, "Fuck, we just got totally like misled into thinking this thing was way more valuable than it actually was, because it's just a bunch of people in Uncharted making skits." Yeah. Like it reminds me of that, where it's like, hey, well, nobody understands the blockchain, so let's just sell nonsense to do with the blockchain.
Here's the thing. I think, guys, it's obvious. We all think NFTs are dumb, so the obvious answer is to make our own NFT. And no one made Drillin, the combination photo, and that could be the Sacred Symbols NFT. Whoever it is out there that makes the combined version of three of us,
I love that. We're selling that as
split the money with you. If you come up with this and we like it, we'll make the Sacred Symbols NFT and we'll sell it, and the rest will be history. We can just end the show at that point.
Yeah, then the NFT will exist on the blockchain, whatever that means. So yeah. I'm with cryptocurrency, I'm a skeptical maybe. With NFTs, I'm a hard no. There's just it is just antithetical to art. It is nonsense. Stores of value that people I think people like, all right, let me use an example. I'm a big fan of Ray Kurzweil. He's a futurist, right? He's the guy that predicts that there's going to be a singularity in like 2040, and he always talks about robots and brain downloading and all sorts of. He's a really interesting guy. And he's right about a lot of things, and people in his orbit are right a lot of things. But think about all the people that seem futuristic and then are totally wrong, and they're just never revisited. It reminds me a lot of global warming. In the 70s and 80s, they were saying that we were going to freeze to death. They were saying that there would be no crops for people to eat, that there would be mass famines. It's not that we're happy that those things are wrong, but people made those proclamations confidently, and they seemed smart. This seems like a similar sort of thing, but it has like a lot of shit riding on it. Like I know people that I think are going to get caught up in this shit and eat trash. It's definitely a pyramid scheme. Be careful out there. No doubt.
Yeah.
All right. Number 6. A handful of PlayStation Vita exclusive classics are about to lose their online functionality. The games in question, as revealed on a Japanese PlayStation website, are Soul Sacrifice Delta, and Freedom Wars, Monster Hunter type games that were at one time well-played offerings on the handheld. Additional reporting indicates that the late-release RPG Orishika Tainted Bloodlines is also in the mix. As of December 24th, Christmas Eve, you will no longer be able to play these 3 games online. Jeez. It's worth noting, however, that Soul Sacrifice will be... Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to them in Japan, so...
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it's worth noting, however, that Soul Sacrifice will be playable via ad hoc multiplayer locally, so if you have a friend with a Vita and the game in their library, you can still play with someone else. Freedom Wars will have trophies that will be forever missable from this point, as will Orishika. Soul Sacrifice, a second-party Sony-published action RPG from developer Marvelous, was notable as being created by Keiji Inafune, the mastermind behind the Mega Man franchise. Indeed, with Soul Sacrifice having launched in the spring of 2013, it was one of Inafune's first post-Capcom projects. Soul Sacrifice Delta, a 1.5 version of the original game, launched in 2014. And Freedom Wars, developed primarily internally at now defunct first-party Team Japan Studio, came to Vita at the end of 2014. All of these games seemingly represented Vita's best hope, Monster Hunter, but not Monster Hunter, which was driving PSP and later Nintendo's handheld sales in Japan. Or Sheikah, on the other hand, came to Western Vitas in 2015, a second-party game developed by the studio that made the original East games. Alpha System, a little piece of nerdy information for you. We won't linger on this too long, although Soul Sacrifice reminds me, I've met Keiji Inafune many times, but when those games came out, he would come to IGN to visit and do interviews. And one time I did an interview with him, and he doesn't speak English, so he understands English pretty well, but he would always speak to a translator nonetheless. And this one time, there were a couple of other Japanese people in with us, including a person who worked, I guess, for an American firm that was there translating. And they translated everything for me, and then they left. And then like his liaison or whatever, this woman came up to me and she's like, "Those translations are terrible. I'll give me the audio and I'll translate them for you." And I was like, "Oh shit!" So some translator beef, perhaps.
Oh,
all right. Number 7, if you're looking forward to the PlayStation 5 iterations of 2 specific CD Projekt developed games, then we have some good news. They both have more specific release windows, according to the developer/publisher's newest financial report. Cyberpunk 2077 first launched on PlayStation 4 in late 2020 in disastrous shape, will come to PlayStation 5 at some point in the first quarter of 2022. Following that, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, first launched in 2015 on PS4, as well as its 2 DLC packs, will launch on PlayStation 5 in complete edition form at some point in 2022's second quarter. Getting both releases right is essential, especially when it comes to Cyberpunk, which was in such bad shape on PS4 that it was delisted from the digital storefront for half a year, an unprecedented move on Sony's part. A third game, Gwent, which came to PS4 in 2018, will also be supported with more content into 2022 and beyond, though there's no word on a native PS5 port as of yet. Chris, let's talk about this briefly. Are you a believer in these next-gen ports? Specifically with Cyberpunk, I feel like they have to get these games just right. And for many people, this is going to be their first, although not for, millions have played the game already, but for many, I assume millions more, they're going to come in for the first time. Are you confident they're going to hit these release dates and that it will be good?
I don't know, man. Like I have a conflicting, I feel so conflicted on Cyberpunk because like my experience with it was like so positive, like I did not, it definitely like it could have used a little bit of polish, and I do think it looked a little, last gen, but like it functioned largely fine for me on when I was playing it on Series X, and I had like a really great time with it to the point where like I bought it on PC just to see like what the actual difference is, like just to see like graphically like how different it could be from the current versions of the next gen game at that time, because like you could play it on Series X and PS5, but it wasn't native. And it was the same. I had the same experience where it was just like it was really good and it looked amazing and it had like ray tracing, and there were things like obviously the police being like completely broken and just sort of like spawning in on you whenever you did something that was like annoying and really dumb, and I don't understand like how that would make it into a design doc of a game, and it made it feel like that part's just clearly just broken and unfinished. But I have to assume that because I had a positive experience on launch, all this time later, the next gen version of this game must be more on par with the PC version, and it must be functional at the very least, more functional than it was. So I do think it's actually going to be a good version of the game. My contention and my main curiosity point lies with PS4 and Xbox One. I don't think that this game is going to be salvaged on those platforms. I think it will forever be fucked on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. I would love to be proven wrong, but the state that game was in at launch, and even still to this day after like several patches, is just sorry and really embarrassing. And it's one of these weird instances that doesn't happen all too often, where you have you have this game that is released on so many different permutations and with so many different SKUs, that like I have this game that I really, really like and I would recommend to people, that I can't safely recommend to people because the version that they might play might be a completely broken garbage mess. And it's weird. It's such a weird position to be in. But I do think maybe this is too charitable, but I do think the next gen version of Cyberpunk is going to be good. I do think so.
We'll see. I'm reading the patch notes for the console versions on PS4, and they last patched it in September 1.31. Apparently, they talked in the financials about, which I didn't see, I didn't read them all, but 1.4 will come out, I guess, preliminarily to pave the way for this new iteration, or this next gen iteration. But I think you're right, Chris, just because, at a different time, people might recall that Skyrim was pretty much in a permanently bad situation on PS3 too. And this might be a just one of those unfortunate situations. Dustin, are you going to check out either of these? I must say, I'm definitely going to play Cyberpunk. There's no doubt. I want to play The Witcher 3 as well because I never beat it, but I think I'll just go back to the PS4 version because I just want to finish that trophy list. And then in 10 years or 20 years, if I'm alive, God willing, I can go and play the PS5 version again, get the trophies.
Yeah. I do intend on going back to this game. I was playing it on PC, and I found it to be, like Chris was saying, an enjoyable experience that wasn't quite there, but was decent. And I decided to just put it down so I could come back to it when it was patched up a little bit. And it's interesting just in that the conversation around Cyberpunk is starting to change, especially on PC. Most recently, it was a talking point that the recent reviews on Cyberpunk 2077 on Steam is now considered very positive. And across all the reviews, it's considered mostly positive. So people are starting to come around on this game, at least on PC. And I think it's important for people to have the right expectations of what this game actually is. It's not Cyberpunk GTA in first person. And a lot of the marketing made it look like that was what the game was, when more so it reminds me of almost like a Fallout game, more so, where you're picking up different, it's a lot of picking shit up, messing with your gear. There's a lot of driving around, but it's not about the police chases and stuff like that. So I think if people have the right expectations and if it runs well enough on the next gen versions, then I think there could be a bit of a resurgence and maybe people will come around. That doesn't excuse what happened, of course, but there's definitely value to this game. There's some awesome elements, and I know Chris and I have talked about just like being in the city and driving around is really a sight to behold, I think. And so I'm excited for these versions to come out and for people to give it another chance. I hope it's there and functioning, but we shall see.
It's genuinely a good game, and I'll stand by it. I know it's not like a popular opinion because a lot of people got like screwed over by like the version that they got, but like Night City is an amazing location. These characters are awesome. The story is like genuinely like really fun and really like there's a lot of there's just a lot of atmosphere to this game that is lost when you're playing it on a machine that renders everything as like a muddy in like 240p at 10 frames a second. I don't blame people for like hating it because it's like it's a mess on those platforms. Like I would despise it too. But I do think like once it's patched up, man, I think people are going to be able to see that it's like there is something like really cool about it. It's not this flexible RPG that they were promising, but what it is, it's really solid. And, I stand by that. And I look forward to a time when more people will be able to experience that version that I got to experience. Maybe an even better one, an even better version.
We'll see. Q1, Cyberpunk. Q2, Witcher.
Yep.
Be exciting. All right. This next one is long, but I wanted to get your input on this because I think what is said here is fascinating. Number 8. Last week, we relayed word of a report on a Mass Effect television series in development at Amazon. This is, of course, a contentious idea, and no one agrees more with that notion than David Gator, who, along with Drew Karpyshyn, helped define EA-owned developer BioWare from a storytelling perspective. While Karpyshyn was toiling away on Mass Effect, Gator penned the Dragon Age franchise, and so his lengthy tweet storm about Mass Effect on TV is certainly notable. Here's what he said, quote, "I'm relieved to see that the Mass Effect and Amazon deal is for a potential TV series and not a movie. Even so, the possibility, and likewise for Dragon Age, makes me cringe just a little, unlike many fans who appear excited. Let me explain. For starters, Emmy and DA Have a custom protagonist, meaning said TV show will need to pick whether said protagonist will be male or female. Boom. Right off the bat, you've just alienated a whole bunch of the built-in fan base who had their hopes up. Secondly, those protagonists are designed to be a bit of a blank slate, one that the player fills out with their decisions. That's not going to work for a passive medium, so suddenly the protagonists will have their own personality and their own story. That will be weird. You think I'm wrong? Consider just how much of a story is offloaded onto the companions. They are the ciphers through which the players get most of their emotional engagement from. On their own, the Dragon Age and Mass Effect protagonists are pretty boring. That's not going to fly. And think of those companions. Think of how much the fan base is attached to them. Now consider the fact that there is no way in hell any single story can encompass them all equally. Think of all the howls of rage when Companion X is relegated to a cameo or not there at all. Having a TV show instead of a movie allows for more companion options, sure, but consider your own playthrough. Only a handful of them had any meaningful presence in a single game. That will need to be the case for this story to maintain coherence. A few companions, one romance, and that's if the TV show makers consider the companions to be all that important. They might toss them all aside in favor of the plot. In my mind, that would be a mistake. Both Mass Effect's and Dragon Age's plots were, at best, serviceable. This, by the way, comes from the person who wrote it. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Those plots had to take into account the player's agency. They were kind of a shell upon which players' emotional engagement was delivered, usually through the companions and the choices themselves. Choice heightened engagement. Interactivity was the star, not the plot. Take all that out, lose most of the companions, and you potentially end up with a pretty run-of-the-mill fantasy or science fiction show. One where a lot of the built-in audience has possibly been turned into outraged, howling malcontents before it's even released. All that is, of course, if the DA and Emmy series is mishandled. I can think of any number of ways it could be done better, but that involves doing more than a strict adaptation, and that comes with its own complications. Anyhow, good luck to the showrunners. They'll need it, end quote. So, this is interesting. Dustin, I'll go to you first. A lot of people, by the way, upset about what I had to say about Dragon Age last week. I was surprised by that. I didn't realize, you're laughing, but I really didn't realize that people like Dragon Age Origins that much. I thought it was kind of self-evident, but apparently not. I mean, I went back and looked at gameplay of it on PS3. I appreciate if you guys feel differently. I don't mean to insult you at all, the games you like, but no, I stand by what I said about Dragon Age. But what do you think about David Gator kind of saying here, this is a mistake? I agree with him to an extent. He seems to disagree with something I feel, though, Dustin, which is I think that Mass Effect's route to salvation is by not making it about Shepard or the games at all, but rather telling a prequel story. For instance, the first contact war between the humans and the Turians can be told in an awesome series. And that we know that story a little bit, but they can do whatever they want, with that. They can do encountering the Prothean runes on Mars for the first time. They can do encountering the mass relay around Pluto for the first time. There are all sorts of opportunities. So I don't necessarily disagree with it or agree with him on that front, but I do think going down the Shepard, Liana, Ashley, you can't do that.
Right. Yeah, that's the big problem. And I agree with him in that the main character, Shepard, is your surrogate into the world. You make the decisions for him or her, depending on how you play. And a lot of the story is told through the characters you choose to interact with. And so, yeah, he's totally right in that a direct adaptation is going to, no matter what, upset people in the direction they do it. And it's difficult, especially when you have your main character as I guess Shepard's not silent, but you can mold him to be a stern asshole or a nice friendly guy that helps people out. So you already have choices there the showrunner has to make in order to make the show. Is what is Shepard's character like in this? And so I think you're right, Colin, in that doing something within the universe outside of the story of the games is where it would be at. And we talked about this last week, is that Mass Effect you could make a show in the spirit of Mass Effect and not tell the main story. You can have plenty of alien fucking or whatever you want to do, or you can have political debates or political betrayals, kind of like Game of Thrones, right? It has all of those elements that people love about television, but
Keith David,
exactly. So yeah, I think that it's possible, but they need to do it the right way. And knowing the course of action of all previous game related stuff, like the Uncharted thing, they just can't resist putting their hands on the stories of the actual game. So I'm expecting that he's being prophetic right now.
That's kind of the problem with it with the Mass Effect. They're in a bit of a a rough spot because you could tell stories about encountering the mass relay for the first time, or the first big war in that universe. But the only reason you care about those things is because they affect the characters around you. Like, there's no doubt that like Mass Effect's biggest draw, I don't even think it's necessarily its universe. I think it's its characters. I think it's Garrus and like Rex and Tali
Shepard
and the Elusive Man and just all of these like really interesting and like Morden and like all these like really cool people that you get to interact with. And the reason why all that background lore matters to you is because it matters to them. It affects the universe and it affects them and they're standing within it. So like when you do a show about like finding the mass relay, that could be interesting, but it's not necessarily going to have anything that people like about Mass Effect in it. And so you're going to want to have those characters. You're going to want to have like Garrus and Tali and Morden in that show, but you also can't because there's no surrogate character. Because if there was, it would just be watching somebody else's playthrough of Mass Effect. It's a really interesting problem that I don't know how to solve, because you kind of have to make the show without a key component in both ways.
We're going to see what happens with this. I want to remind everyone what we said last week. Just because it's in process doesn't mean it's going to get anywhere. Remember that Legendary Pictures, Christopher Nolan's outfit, had the rights, not that he was going to work on it himself, obviously, but they had the rights to the Mass Effect movie for years and they didn't do anything with it. So obviously these options come and go. We'll track it, but I thought I wanted to share. Well, I did want to share that with the audience. Johnny Bailey does have a follow-up. He says, hey, CDC, love you guys. Love your guys' VGA predictions. That was one of our episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus, but I got to say, I was pretty surprised. Nobody predicted that there would be a new Mass Effect trailer. I know you guys said you were sick of talking about them last week, but the teaser poster they put out for N7 Day, you got to think they're pretty close to showing something, right? Thanks to keep taking that chicken out for a nice seafood dinner and never calling her again. Well, I don't know. I think it's the exact opposite, personally.
Yeah, I was about to say that exact thing. It's like if they had something to show, they wouldn't have bothered with that. I don't think. I think they would have just had oh, hey, here's a tweet. Like, hey, N7 Day, love you guys. We'll have something soon. Maybe. Maybe they would have worded it that way, but I don't think they would have worded it like, here's a very underdeveloped teaser image with the phrase Mass Effect will continue. It would have been Mass Effect, more news soon. Like that's probably more in line with what they would have done. And more importantly, like when you want to like make a big splash in the industry again, get attention to your project, show the actual thing. Like, wait until you actually have something. Wait until the award show, and then like if they have some trailer, that would have been smart to just like have that be the first resurgence of Mass Effect. But I don't think it's far enough along. I really don't.
No, I don't think so either. I totally agree with you. I feel like, again, as you said, the trailer would have come on N7 Day. That's when you would have wanted to reveal Mass Effect. Why would you want to share the stage with everyone else? That doesn't make any sense. So maybe you're right, but I don't think so. We'll see what happens.
I also don't think it was in the NVIDIA thing. I'm not super sure. Let me look.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it would or wouldn't have.
No. But I'm like, it's kind of like a weird. It's kind of like something that I go back to every now and again.
Sure, certainly a good guide. Since all those games are eventually going to become real. I'm most intrigued by Helldivers 2 at this point, but I digress.
Yeah.
Number 9, Spanish studio Mercury Steam, currently the toast of the industry on the back of its well-regarded Metroid game Dread, has signed a new publishing deal. Specifically, the dev will be working with A-tier publisher 505 Games. The project, currently unnamed but going by the title Project Iron, will be a third-person fantasy-themed action RPG, and its initial budget is in the $25 million range. This is notable because you may recall that 505 Games funded Remedy's Control with a similar amount of money, spawning a successful multi-million seller and an in-development sequel. Indeed, 505's approach has been pretty deliberate, with only a handful of notable releases since Control, including Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, which was awesome. Also in 2019, and Journey to the Savage Planet, Ghost Runner, and the PC port of Death Stranding in 2020. I don't think they've released anything this year. Mercury Steam, founded 2 decades ago in Madrid, is best known for 2 publisher relationships that have each borne multiple games. From 2010 until 2014, Mercury Steam primarily worked alongside Konami on the contentious 3D Castlevania games and the Lords of Shadow franchise, as well as the 3DS game. Well, from that point on, they primarily worked on Metroid games, including 2017's 3DS exclusive Samus Returns. Other than the free-to-play game Space Lords, for which it's self-published, this 505-funded project will mark Mercury Steam's first opportunity to work on its own franchise. You might recall that they did Clive Barker's Jericho way back in the day, so they've not had a chance to really make their own thing, which is exciting. Now, I must admit, for longtime fans, I have incredible beef with the studio. They're the ones that are responsible for getting me blacklisted by Konami. They were fucking assholes to me. That said, I know that Metroid is very well regarded, Dread, and I'm wondering, Dustin, with you specifically, I recall you having played Dread, right? Are you happy with this Mercury Steam news? I mean, for the first time, we'll get, I think since 2014, when Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2 came to PS3, that was the last time we really saw them in a major way on PlayStation.
I feel like this is a bit of a risky bet for 505, since, of course, Metroid Dread is well received. It's nominated for Game of the Year, and lots of people very much enjoyed it, but it's growing on a framework that's already been established for decades. And so with characters that have been around for decades. So for them to give them this kind of budget to do something completely new, I'm not saying that they'll do something bad, but it is a bit of a risky move, especially since those Castlevania games where they had more freedom to make something new in an established IP, those weren't necessarily well received. So maybe they came to them with a pitch and they felt like what they had was very promising. And so it'll be cool to see them be able to do their own thing after doing so many licensed IPs. Maybe they've got something incredible. I'm hoping for the best for them.
We'll see. I think with Castlevania, 2010's Lords of Shadow was actually very good. I thought it was a really good game. I thought it kind of understood Castlevania and really was a strong start to something new. I don't know what they were thinking with that sequel. That sequel, for people that played it, was bad. It's one of those games I always talk about how I'd go back and fix my review scores. I think I would give that even a worse score than I gave it at IGN. And we had beef again. There's an IGN, or I'm sorry, a YouTube video I did all about it that people can read about it. But they're so dramatic over there, and for as good as they did with Metroid, and I'm happy for them, they also killed Castlevania for like an entire generation or more of consoles. They're the reason that there is no Castlevania now. So it's a shame that they got that IP and fucked it up, because there are so many teams that would have done better work, including Lilimo, Konami. If you ever want to call us, let us know. I'll fund it myself. I don't want your money. We'll get your money later. I just want to make a Castlevania game. We could do it. Number 10, I wanted to give a shout out to this. We'd usually put this in the wrap up, which I'll read next, but I thought this was really notable and fun. On this show, we often mention the offbeat games that have surprisingly huge audiences, and so we need to make note of a recent success story. Farming Simulator 2022, launched on November 22nd on PS4, PS5, and elsewhere, has already surpassed a staggering 1.5 million copies sold. Indeed, as pointed out by website GamesIndustry.biz, Farming Simulator 22 regularly had a larger active player base on Steam than EA's and DICE's mega-budget FPS Battlefield 2042. Farming Simulator, which comes from the developer Giants Software, is the German studio behind the entirety of the Farming Simulator franchise going back to 2008. The franchise first migrated to PlayStation when Farming Simulator 2013 came to PS3 in 2012. Now, get this. This is bounces around a lot. Farming Simulator 2014 Farming Simulator 2014 followed on PS3 and Vita. Farming Simulator 2015 came to PS3 and PS4. Farming Simulator 2016 came to PS Vita only. Farming Simulator 2017 came to PS4. Farming Simulator 2018 came to Vita. Farming Simulator 2019 came to PS4. And then finally, we came to Farming Simulator 2022, 3 years later. While long published with the help of Focus Home Interactive, now called Focus Entertainment, Farming Simulator 2022 is the first self-published game in the franchise. Now, I went down a rabbit hole with these guys, with this Giant Software. And I encourage, if you guys are nerds out there, like, there is a whole ecosystem for this series. It sold more than 25 million copies. So I actually think that's more than Metroid. The Metroid series has sold. And, or at least until Metroid Dread. And they have things like, I was looking at videos, they have FarmCon. So there was FarmCon 21, 3 days. They have this massive for PC, this thing called the Giants Developer Network, where they have these massive video tutorials and forums and all this stuff and documentation for their engine and their game, so you can just mess with them and do whatever you want. Really fascinating. If you're interested in games industry, like kind of the different niches, these guys are doing something big.
So this is one of the most baffling things I think I've ever seen. I just Googled FarmCon because I was just super curious. And I clicked the first website. It's like FarmCon 2022, Kansas City, Missouri, January 5th to January 6th. And I click and there's like this intro video. And 16 seconds into the intro video, there is a furry with gold chains. So I don't know what this community is.
We should go to FarmCon,
but
gotta be fun.
Fuck it. Let's go.
Maybe we will fuck it.
I'm gonna.
What is this?
I just thought that was fun. You know, so congratulations to them.
It's interesting.
That's awesome. Good for them. And I'm looking at the farming simulator stuff now, like, or their Wikipedia. So they released Farming Simulator C64 edition in 2018 for Windows and Commodore 64. Farming Simulator 2020 only came to Android, iOS, and Switch. Isn't that weird? And then Farming Simulator 2022 is now, it's not on Switch. Now it's on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Stadia. Very
That's
interesting.
So
and I think smart, because what they're doing is they're keeping their name involved and they're annualizing it, but they're not hitting every platform every year. It's quite ingenious, in fact. So shout out to them. And finally, number 11 is a wrap up. Website IGN reports psychological thriller Aftermath is coming to PlayStation 5 at an undetermined time. Website Push Square reports co-op game Deep Rock Galactic, already on Xbox and PC, is coming to PS4 and PS5 in January of 2022. While adventure game The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe has been delayed and will now launch at some point in early 2022. Website Gematsu reports the delay of 2 games. Action platformer Fire Girl Hack and Splash Rescue has been bumped from December 14th to sometime in 2022 on both PS4 and PS5. While RPG Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song was due in February of 22, is now due on February in 20. I'm sorry, was due in February of 2022 on PS4 and PS5 and will now launch on May 19th, 2022. The website also reports PSVR exclusive action adventure game Moss Book 2 comes out in the spring of 2022. As promised, Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning, the re-release of the 2012 PS3 action RPG now on PS4, is getting DLC called Fate Sworn on December 14th. Action RPG The Ascent from developer Neon Giant has been rated for release on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 by the ESRB. This was, of course, an Xbox console exclusive. And finally, the Vanillaware developed and Atlas published adventure game, 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, which came to Western PS4s in 2020, has surpassed 500,000 copies sold. There's just a little bit of insight in how Farming Simulator sold 3 times more copies in 1 week.
That's so crazy.
Real quick, Chris, you intrigued me when you mentioned about this FarmCon furry video, because
oh dear,
I was just curious. What's interesting is that this is not the FarmCon that the game puts on. This is FarmCon, Conference for Creative Minds in Agriculture.
Oh,
so it's a different event. This is normal as farming, and they've got a furry with a gold chain in the video.
So that's even worse.
So there's it's even more confusing. So there's multiple FarmCons.
That's what I'm seeing right now.
I was watching like a FarmCon live stream. Like I was just like out of curiosity. It's just like a reaction to like FarmCon. And they were going over a game, and then like the chat is so funny because it's like all these questions that like people would have about like a real video game, but like really like hyper focused on this. I saw one comment that was like, "Can you dig ground?" And I was like, "Oh my god, that's awesome."
Well, we're not going to go to that FarmCon then. I'm going to cancel that. Boys, as we always like to do, we end every episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from Patreon over at patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do this show without you, so thank you so much for subscribing over there. We really appreciate it. All right. Cody Smith wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Buds, let's talk consensus and conforming to popular opinion. Colin has said repeatedly he'll likely get criticized for his games of the year, Outriders and Far Cry 6. I mean, I will. We always see the same games, same developers, same nominees and winners on Game of the Year lists. Is it so bad to have unique opinions? This pressure to conform to popular opinion consensus may not be exclusive to gaming, but I feel it every time I look at the same copy-paste best of lists and chatter online." You know what came to mind for me, and I actually wanted to double check this because I think that we ended up putting it on there. But in 2014, we had Game of the Year at IGN, as we did every year. And it wasn't. Yeah, it was. Okay. So we nominated usually towards the end of my time there 10 games. And I thought 2014 was a pretty weak year. Although there's some interesting games here. So like this is what we nominated at IGN. Shadow of Mordor, Super Smash Bros. Wii U, Transistor, which was very good. Stick of Truth, which was very good. Sunset Overdrive, Bayonetta 2, Child of Light, Hearthstone, Dragon Age, Inquisition, which won. And then there was a 10th game, and I remember very clearly, it's Shovel Knight. And I remember being like, getting a lot of resistance and blowback. And people being like, Shovel Knight. And I'm like, Shovel Knight is better than any of these games. Why are we so focused on the same old thing? And I remember voting for it. It probably came in last because I was probably the only person that voted for it on the staff. But it brought to mind that no one seemed to be immune to this. And I think that it surprised people in 2019, or was it 2008? No, 2000. When did Red Dead Redemption 2 came out? 2018.
18.
Yeah, so 2019, my game of the year was was Fell Seal, Arbiter's Mark, which is a fucking awesome game. And it turned a lot of people onto the game. No doubt thousands of people got turned onto the game because of that. But at the same time, it felt like people weren't taking it seriously. Not that that matters to me, but just because I think people expect at the end of the year that it's going to be this consensus that celebrates the same few games. And I don't find it necessarily destructive. I just find it peculiar because I can't play what I haven't played. So I can't say the best game of the year is this. I can say the best game of the year that I played is this. And they are weird choices this year, but I also think it's not a great year. Anyway, Dustin, let me throw it over to you first. How do you think about this conforming? Do you think that it's good to not meet consensus, or do you think that means that you're kind of the outlier? Because I think people make that argument too. My great fear as a reviewer was always being the outlier on Metacritic because it would bring a lot of heat on you, but you always were. Like once in a while, well, not always, but once in a while it was your turn to be the outlier.
Sure.
So what do you make about Cody's inquiry here?
Well, I'm a bit mixed in that sometimes something is popular and in the spotlight because it's very good and it appeals to a lot of people. So in some ways, those things deserve that. And obviously, there are also things that don't get the spotlight they deserve because they don't necessarily appeal to a mainstream audience, right? And I think there's room for both in these nominations. Colin, you mentioned Shovel Knight. I think that's definitely worthy of a Game of the Year consideration. It may not have the commercial appeal that some of these other games have, but it's not the game that the most people liked this year award. It's
right.
Especially on a site like IGN, which is a site made up of game critics that should be coming together to say which games that they enjoyed the most. It's difficult too when you talk about Game of the Year in that, and people have been asking me this on my stream, what game do I think is the Game of the Year? And I never know really what to say because I've been saying to people that Nier Replicant is the game that I enjoyed playing the most this year. Is that my Game of the Year? A remaster of a game that came out many years ago? I don't know. It's narrowing down something like Game of the Year and giving an award when you really think about it in a medium where there are so many different tastes and sub communities of people that like different stuff. The awards really, at the end of the day, are meaningless. And I don't know. I've kind of gone off in a tangent where I don't know where I'm going anymore. But just like what you want to like. The three of us have very different opinions on games and like different stuffs. And we do have crossover stuff. Like Chris and I can't stop playing Halo right now. But neither one of you are going to play the next Kingdom Hearts game when it comes out. And so it's whatever.
I hope the world ends before there's... I hope COVID claims this world before Kingdom Hearts 4 is able to.
No, you've got David Bowie's Omnicron on its way to take all of us. Nomad soul disease.
What do you? That's a pretty obscure reference. What do you? That's a Quantic Dream reference. What What do you make of this, Chris? Do you feel like there's too much homogeneity? Homogeneity.
I hate that word too.
Homogeneity.
Homogeneity, I think, is how it's said, but I think it's a hard word to say. But I know
homogeneity. It's telling me to say homogeneity. Mm-hmm. Oh, get out of here! All right. Well, anyway, Chris, take it away.
I think I don't know. Like, I think games are popular for a reason, right? Like, as much as I scoff at Call of Duty, like it's very clearly doing something right for a lot of people, and who's to say that Call of Duty doesn't deserve to be a game of the year? Like, really, like what does that mean? Like, I don't think it should be, but like, I mean, clearly, like, these games resonate with people year after year after year after like over a decade of consistent output. That's gotta mean something. It might not have as much artistic merit as like maybe like a Shadow of the Colossus or like a BioShock, but I don't know. I think the scale at which we determine the quality of a game is just so broad that the game of the year discussion is best observed through the lens of the same way that you would look at reviews. Like, okay, so this person thinks Psychonauts 2 is incredible. This person thinks It Takes Two is underwhelming. That's their opinion, and I think it's just like, what is IGN's game of the year? That's their opinion. And I don't think anybody should take any of these things as gospel or as if like a game getting game of the year should be treated as an insult to your tastes, I know that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the question, because the question is like kind of hard to answer. It's like, is it bad to be the outlier, or is it bad to have opinions that align with the majority? No. This is a very neutral thing, in my opinion, and I don't understand the hostility.
Yeah,
that kind of surrounds it.
I agree. I get excited when I learn about why people like games that I've never heard of before, or that I gave short shrift to. I agree with you about Call of Duty too. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like the last time Call of Duty was in the Game of the Year discussion was Modern Warfare. So that's 15 years ago, almost.
Yeah,
and that might not be fair, like on the other side, because clearly those games are great. People love them, but it's all about this incestuousness that we were talking about last week too on the show. And sometimes it benefits games. Like, I think Transistor is one of those games, or whatever. It's a great game, but like, people like Super Giant, right? Like, they like them. So they're always going to get a little bit of benefit of the doubt. You always tell, like, Double Fine, they're pretty cool in the industry. You always get little things like that. Anyway, thanks for writing in. Hi Senpai wrote in and said, "Hey Sacred Butts, rather than celebrating a particular game as a whole, what particular gameplay mechanic or aspect of a game really stood out to you from this year's releases? Was there anything that stood out and made you think that other devs would look to incorporate in their future games? Keep banging that bird that tastes like everything." Thank you for writing in. I gotta say, guys, what came to mind for me when I was putting this together was just the nature of the SSD in terms of saving and loading. We talk about this a lot, but the more I play on PS5, the more I'm really tuned in to the games that are doing something on it, and something than the companies and publishers, products that are not doing something on it. I brought up Scarlet Nexus as one of those examples of a game that clearly wasn't optimized for PS5. And you know what a game is that I think is a little, and not questionable because I love it on PS5, but a game that I'm a little surprised by is Far Cry 6. Like, it takes a little bit longer to load than I like. It moves a little slower than I like at times. And so the mechanics through DualSense and everything that's going on is really special. But I actually think it's the nature in which we're interacting with games that really has changed with PS5. And so I would point that out, Chris, as, and we'll go to you first, as what I really think stands out this year. It's not a mechanic. It's pure interactivity. It's seamlessness. It's no wasted moment. And as I said, when I was talking about playing Metal Gear Solid 3 about a month ago on PS3 and being so mad because it took like 8 seconds for it to save, that's the product of PS5. And so what do you think about Hi Senpai's question here? What stands out to you?
Man, I feel like this is going to be a somewhat predictable answer, but I can't. It's just how I genuinely feel. The grappling hook in Halo Infinite is fucking incredible. Like, it is like one of the most fun things I have ever used in anything. Like, just the utility of it, and like what you can pull weapons towards you, and you can like hijack people's like vehicles and shit, and you can pull yourself and like swing in such a fun Spider-Man-ish way, and like there's like proper physics to it. It is one of the most satisfying gameplay mechanics that I've experienced for sure in like the last like several years. And it's not even like unique necessarily. Grappling hooks have been around for like for a while. I've been a huge proponent of it for a long time. But just the sheer utility of this thing is something that I hope makes it into other games. Like I look at Battlefield 2042's grappling hook, which is basically like you click an area and then you zip line to it, and I'm like, wow, that sucks. It's just so underwhelming. And I'm like, everybody who's making a game with a grappling hook, analyze like what they did here and just copy, like do that exact thing and like improve upon it in like whatever way you want, because that shit is so satisfying. I don't know if Dustin like agrees, but like it's wild how fun that thing is to use.
Well, and I think too it has to do with the discovery of what you can do. Like when you figure out that you can grab the flag with it, or you can grab a weapon with it, or you can use it in tandem with a shotgun and blast someone in the face after you zip line close to them. Like there's a lot of creativity that comes along with it, alongside it feeling good.
Yeah. It's just very freeing. Anytime you have a mechanic that can just like free you, is like,
what's your answer, Dustin?
For me, it's going to be the second level of Hitman 3, Dartmoor Manor. Now, Chris and I have been telling you to play this game all year long, you as in the audience, and maybe Colin even at some point, but
it's not really for me. Hey, man.
Yeah, I don't know if it's for you, but overall, the audience, we've been telling you to play this, and we haven't given away why just to do it. It's been so many months now. I'm going to just tell you a little bit. A Hitman level, it's expected. You go in, maybe you'll take someone's costume, maybe you won't, maybe you'll snipe, whatever. You have all these different ways that you can take out the target. And across 2 Hitman games already, you kind of know what you're getting. It's just the formula within the levels changing. And IO Interactive on this level, Dartmoor Manor, takes what you know about Hitman and flips it in a completely new direction, in that you can take the disguise of a detective and there's an entire murder mystery for you to solve on this level. And I'll leave it at that, just because I think it's so good, and I already feel like the discovery of that is already an amazing moment. It's just so... It's not what you would expect at all. If you've been playing these games for years and then this level happens, you think, oh my God, how did they even think of to do this? It's so cool. It's so good.
It really is incredible. Like that second level of Hitman 3 is one of the single most impressive levels I have seen in a video game in a very, very long time. Just the sheer creativity of it, the blindsided nature of this subgenre and sub-objective that just shows up in the middle of this Hitman game is just so striking. They deserve a lot of credit. I think they got snubbed, honestly, like genuinely.
Yeah.
I think that level alone deserves a spot on like a game
recency
of the year list.
Bias.
Even if yeah, for sure it's recency bias. But that was one of the most striking things I've played in anything.
And the beautiful thing too is that you might play the level and you don't have to do that if you don't want to. You can stake out and snipe somebody if you want. So it's just it's an open-ended game that is truly feels open-ended in the crazy stuff you can pull off. It's the game that you play it, and as you play, it sparks your imagination. Like, maybe next time I should try this. Or maybe if I line these things up, and then when it works, you feel like $1 million. You feel like the smartest person that has ever lived. And I don't know. It's just such a great game that a lot of people, I think, skipped over. So check it out.
Yeah, best-selling Hitman game yet, which is a good sign. IO working on James Bond now. And we talked about, I think, a week or two ago that they're doing a season 2 for Hitman 3, which will be cool.
Yeah.
I remember I saw, I only am familiar with it. I think it's in the third one. It might be in the second one. Which one is the one with the is it Miami or something with the race?
That's 2.
That's 2. Okay. Yeah. I remember being like that one was cool. I remember being like, that was dope.
That was a cool one.
Okay. Simon Winstanley wrote in, said, "Hey, Grubby Gang. I just wanted to pick up on the idea that this has been a poor year for games in general. While I totally agree with this from a AAA's perspective, this year has really turned the tide for me in terms of indie games. I found far more joy and gotten more weird and wonderful experiences in the indie space this year than ever before, between games like It Takes Two, it's not really an indie game, it's EA, The Artful Escape, Unpacking, Sable, The Forgotten City, and Backbone, among others. I felt snowed under this year by the sheer amount of interesting and brilliant creations in the indie space. Even a game like Psychonauts 2 has a more indie feel to it and is certainly one of my favorite games of the year. As the games industry matures, I'm noticing that I'm following the same trend as I do with movies and fighting, finding more enjoyment with the smaller scale, innovative projects than the same copy and paste blockbuster format. Is this a sentiment any of you guys share? Anyways, I just wanted to write this in defense of 2021's game slate and encourage people to try out some of the games I mentioned. Most of them are in Game Pass. This kind of really dovetails nicely with what we were talking about earlier in the show with Game Pass. I feel like a year like this is incredibly useful, very similar to 2014, I think. Very useful to find the games in the seams. And when you don't have the distraction of Final Fantasy VII Remake or The Last of Us Part 2, or we didn't really have anything like that this year, like nothing that was major on PlayStation, then that you kind of trend towards the things that are lesser known. And I think this is a huge positive, not only in the short term, because I think there's probably some sort of financial connection between the way the games industry does and how games do in those softer years. Probably the mid-tier and lower tier games do better. And I think that's a good thing. But also it reminds people, as we had to remind people, I remember being at IGN and even Kind of Funny, there was this stigma about downloading games. There was a stigma about smaller games. And I was always confused by it, and it doesn't seem like it's really a super thing anymore. But we also have to, I think, though, and to Simon, like we have to dissuade ourselves that because a game is unusual doesn't mean that it's also AAA. It Takes Two is an Electronic Arts game. That's about as AAA as it gets. I mean, now the game doesn't resemble what you would usually get from EA, but they're not dumb. This isn't the first time they've done a game like this, and so we have to also be very careful with the way we categorize these games. But Chris, what of the games between the seams? And are you finding enjoyment there more or less than you usually do in the last year?
Oh, definitely more. I've definitely found a lot more interesting games that I otherwise probably wouldn't have played. And I do think on the PlayStation side this year it's been a little bit more rough because obviously Xbox has Halo and Forza and they had Psycho. Like, you know, they it's a weird uneven year. But I do think like even these like It Takes Two is a phenomenal video game. Like it is genuinely incredible. Like in my opinion, like from just a level design perspective, just the way the game feels to play. The pacing of it, the mechanics that it plays with are so like interesting and creative and like refreshing, and they don't overstay their welcome. The boss fights are really creative and interesting. Games like that don't come along really all that often, and I think because It Takes Two exists, because Psychonauts 2 exists, even the littler things like Knockout City, which like, you know, it's not game of the year, but the fact that there's like a multiplayer like a smaller multiplayer project about dodgeball that's like fun and cool and has like a reasonable amount of tack skill to it. That's cool. Like, this has been a cool year for games. It's just not, it has been a very disappointing year from the AAA side in the sense that what we expect from AAA, your Battlefields, your Call of Duties, like your more blockbuster titles from AAA spaces. Whereas I feel like independent developers have shined, independent publishers have shined, and I think even AAA publishers have shined with their smaller scale projects. And I don't know, like we're gonna have to wait until everything's settled, but it's I don't know, man. I've had a lot of fun this year, like personally.
What do you say, Dustin?
Yeah, there's definitely been some awesome indie games, some that I haven't got to yet. I know last week I shouted out Death's Door, and I actually still haven't I keep forgetting that I can go get that on PS5 now. But in particular, for me, a big indie game that I loved was Inscription, which is PC only. But yeah, it is important. I guess I feel like it's not been as big of a deal for me this year, just especially when I was working with the Handsome Phantom Boys. We were covering indie games all the time. So that's always kind of been something that I've kept an eye on. But it's nice when there are years like this where maybe there isn't quite as much AAA stuff, or maybe just not stuff that's interesting to as many people, that people can take a look at some of these indie games and maybe find something you really like. And even also to shout out some indie games that are AAA like. For example, Splitgate this year was a huge indie game that really took off, and it has, we'll say, AAA sensibilities and its graphics and its multiplayer lineup, stuff like that. So that indie has always been evolving for many years, and it's cool too, I think, just to see PlayStation in particular has done a really good job in spotlighting some indies. And we've talked about what Shuei Yoshida's position is now, but you have to imagine he's the one that's saying, hey, let's put a spotlight on XYZ indie. Like, I'm trying to what was the one that we saw, the last one where they're driving around in the car and the sheep are in the way? It was in the last State of Play. I can't remember what it's called.
I don't remember.
But anyway.
I don't remember anything from that show. That might as well have been 2 years ago.
Yeah. So PlayStation putting an emphasis, kind of curating some of that, has been cool too.
All right, 3 more. Chris Murray wrote in and said, hey there, hi there, ho there. On a previous episode, the PSX and its detailed history of being the original PlayStation, also accompanied by the PS1 console, so PSX being the acronym, was talked about in a way that brought pure nostalgia over me. It led me down a path to find an original PSX, or original PlayStation, and PS1, and I have since acquired both from a collector's viewpoint. I know Colin always states never sell hardware, but alas, a younger version of me was known to sell the old, upgrade to the latest, a method I have since abandoned in later years. Cheers to Vita. That being said, I have found myself on a collector's journey of the old consoles I have growing up, and I'm wondering if you gents have your own personal collections of consoles over the years and which ones you still have. This may be a dangerous journey I embarked upon, as prices have seemed to really jump up for the older generation consoles. Cheers, gents. Thank you for all that you do, and I hope you enjoy the holidays and a much-needed break. Thank you, Chris, for writing in. So for myself, I don't buy games anymore, but I have, I don't know, that more than 1,000 physical games probably in total, including hundreds of PS3 games and hundreds of PS4 games. But my physical collection goes all the way back to NES and NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, Wii, Genesis, Dreamcast, PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4, Vita, PSP, etc. Game Boy, Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Color, and so on and so forth. But I gave all the games to my brother, as I told you guys, so we can combine our collections. I don't really care. And then I've kept the hardware, although I think they're also at Dangling. And so I have everything. I mean, I have NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, Wii, just everything you can think of. All the PlayStations, all the Xboxes through Xbox. Also, I guess Xbox 360. So I've kept my hardware. I don't really know why, because I don't intend on playing it, but I've always said to people to just not abandon it, because it's just easier to get software often than get hardware, especially as things stop working. And these things are going to stop working. So I really hope people listen to me, although you didn't, Chris. Dustin, what's your hardware situation right now?
I have unfortunately gotten rid of tons of hardware, some that I don't feel bad about. For example, I sold my Xbox One S right around the time the Series X came out. I just put it on Facebook Market for a comparable amount that other people were selling, and I got $250. So I got half off my Series X, and I don't feel bad about that at all, since the Series X is not a similar console in power, but it plays everything that system did. So whatever. But more so now, I am consciously holding on to certain things. Specifically, I didn't sell my PS4 Pro. I did sell my PS4 to get my PS4 Pro at the time. But since then, I, like you, Colin, have collected a bunch of consoles over the years, some that I didn't have growing up. Like, I recently, a few years ago, my friend gave me a GameCube. I still have my original Wii. I still have the NES that I got secondhand in probably 1999 or 2000. So, yeah, I think I don't have everything, but I have all the main ones at this point. I think I have 4 or 5 Super Nintendos that I've gotten over the years that I don't know. I don't really know what to do with them. I don't really want to sell them, but they'll just continue to live in my closet, and I'm like a smog where
I know
I'll
a friend that might be
sit on
interested
them.
in taking those off your hands, but my friend Eric Castro, who owns Polite Provisions, the wonderful bar in San Diego, he's like a huge collector now and like just fixing things up and tinkering in his garage. So I think I said on the show a few months ago, I came across like 12 Genocide.
Right.
And I just Genocide, and I gave them to him for free because I'm just like, I know you'll get better use out of this than me. But I must say, to your point, and I'll kick it over to you now, Chris, is to Chris's question, I haven't gone back and bought these consoles. These are my original consoles. So that's, I think, part of the reason why, like, I have my original NES, I have my original SNES, I have my original N64, my original Genesis, like everything. So it's more of a nostalgic play for me too. And I think I'd have a hard time letting those things go. I had an easier time letting software go when I was a kid, but I haven't sold my software since the PS1 days. So, Chris, what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I've kept as much as I could keep. You know, like I still have my NES. I have my PS1, PS2. I don't have my PS3. I don't know where the hell that went, to be honest. I think it just vanished. I think somebody stole it, and I was like, whatever. But I kept the thing that I regret not keeping is my PSP. That's the one that I like. I don't know what. I think I gave it to a cousin of mine because I was like, I'm kind of done with this thing. Like, I'm never turning this thing on again. He didn't really have a lot of access to games. So I was like, you know what, just play this. There's some cool stuff on this. I gave it to him with Wipeout Pure, which was like my favorite Wipeout game. So it was like
the launch game, I think.
Damn it. Yeah, it was awesome. But I've kept most of my, I have duplicates in some, I have my original red ringed 360 and I have the replacement. I have, my Spider-Man PS4 Pro. I've kept most of my hardware. The thing that I'm really upset about though is my NES, my original NES, which I kept for so long. And when we moved originally in 2005 out of the city, me and my family, they put it in the attic, which you can't do because attics get really, really hot and then really, really cold consistently. And in 2005, I wasn't thinking about like my NES. I was excited about the 360 and I was excited about like, ooh, I wonder what next HD graphics. Whoa. And like even if I could hook up the NES to my TV, which I don't think I could at the time, I think the outputs were completely different. I didn't really think about it. And then like a few years later, I was curious. I was like, I kind of want to play Shadow of the Ninja, which is like one of my favorite like NES games. And I wanted to play it, and I dug up my NES out of the attic, and sure enough, it didn't work. I had all my games; those still worked because like they were with me in my room, like on my shelf, being not exposed to the fucking harshest elements possible. But I still have my original NES because it's my original. It doesn't work anymore; it's dead. But like, I can't get rid of that.
Sure,
thing.
There are people that do these cool pieces of like art installations where they'll take them apart for you and like pin them up in like some sort of frame, like disassembled.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about doing that for some of the consoles, like my original consoles, since they're just sitting around. But yeah, take care of your shit, guys, and mind the potential nostalgia factor in the future that you might experience by having these things still. It's hard to appreciate that in the moment, but you'll appreciate it when you're older. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm so glad I kept my PS1. Like my fat like box PS1, and I didn't.
I have mine too.
I didn't get that. Yeah, that weird like bubbly small.
It has
one.
like layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of PSM lid sticker on it. Mine, you could probably like 20 of them probably. For people that don't remember, in PlayStation Magazine, they used to send a lid sticker every month that you'd put on top of the PS1 if you wanted for like the big game that month.
I had like a Spider-Man the Animated Series Dr. Octopus sticker that I put on mine.
Dope.
That later on I was like, I'm gonna
peel it.
I'm gonna take this off. Yeah, with the alcohol wipes.
Dharma Police wrote in, said, "Hello, gentlemen, and happy holidays to you. I am writing to you today to discuss the growing idea of the auteur as a central marketing point of a game. This phenomenon happened in cinema many years ago and persists to this day. Though studios and production companies are respected for their brand and name, it is often the director as auteur. Think Scorsese, Tarantino, Kubrick, Anderson, which sells a movie. The director, whose body of work precedes them, becomes part of the marketing. When a Christopher Nolan film is announced, it builds traction and intrigue because of Nolan himself. In games media over the past decade, the number of auteurs has certainly increased. Originally, a few names like Miyamoto or Kojima were associated with the games they created. For many years, popular games came out with little fanfare about the driving mind behind them. Yet now we have an entire crop of auteurs, perhaps even more diverse and respected than in cinema. Miyazaki, Hauser, Druckmann. It is not exclusive to directors either. Naoki Yoshida, the producer of Final Fantasy XIV, is legendary for saving that game and up to this point has been the central marketing mouthpiece for Square Enix. I think it will be fascinating in the next few decades to see which names arise and which persist through time. My question is, do you believe that, like cinema, there will be 5 to 10 great auteurs everyone knows about? And if so, who do you think stands the greatest chance at achieving that kind of legacy? Furthermore, do you think it is better to elevate the creative mind behind a video game, or should the development team continue to get the standardized credit for their work? Thank you and have a happy and healthy day. Thank you for writing in. Very thoughtful. I wanted to pick this one, guys, because it reminds me of why video game studios were created to begin with. It's hard for people to imagine, but I want them to imagine this. When Coleco, or like within television, or Atari with 2600 were putting games out on these things in the late 70s and into the 80s, they were making everything themselves. They were publishing everything themselves. The first third party to ever make a game was Activision. And Activision was founded because they were tired of working for and being abused by Atari. And of course, there are famous stories about this. Steve Jobs is one of the people that used to tell stories when he was alive about how he programmed the Atari 2600 version of Breakout, which was like this thing he did under duress. And that's how Wozniak got involved. And they were like trading money to get circuits off the board and all this kind of crazy shit. A lot of interesting stories. So Activision was founded for people to kind of get away from that system. And then Electronic Arts, people might remember, was founded a couple of years later. And Electronic Arts' entire idea was electronic artists. Who is the person? And a lot of these people in Activision and EA early on were people like David Crane and Trip Hawkins and guys like that. And the idea was, why didn't we have names? Why didn't we have Wes Craven? Why didn't we, someone like that people knew? Or Wes Anderson, it was brought up here. And so like when Naughty Dog worked with EA in the early 90s, then they made Rings of Power. That was during that kind of era when it was smaller, where there was limited printing, limited money to go around. But we've totally gotten away from that. And I actually think that some companies are scared of that, because I think that Konami specifically got completely burned, or they probably feel like they got completely burned by their auteur, right? And their relationship with him, and how that really destroyed their entire reputation. So I think you're seeing it. I think that's always been the intent. I think you can have it both ways, where the person that it creates the game is celebrated as well as the team. As long as the right people are getting credit, I think. The team that makes The Last of Us is amazing, but Neil Druckmann made The Last of Us. I mean, he deserves more credit than everyone else. It's his idea, but it doesn't mean that the other people working on it didn't help create it and deserve their own credit and celebration. So, Chris, what do you think about this idea from Dharma Police about the auteur and kind of bringing back this, or elevating the notion of the Miyazaki and the Kojima and whatever?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think it's interesting, like taking the history of Activision and EA as a facet to kind of like have this conversation. I think it's interesting because like I think I watched like a documentary about that very thing like super recently, about like how like we would make these games and then like our names would be like not on the box at all, or like they would be like in the credits, and the company would just make all the money off of like an individual's work, because back then people were like literally making their own games like entirely. Like it was just like one dude like, it's me, I'm John, I made E.T. for Atari.
In 6 weeks.
Yeah. But I don't know, like I do think I think we are starting to get that again, even if companies don't want that. Like I think it's getting harder and harder to kind of like separate the people who are at the forefront of these games from the games themselves as much as they used to be. Like in the early aughts or whatever, like when you had no fucking clue who was doing anything unless you like read the credits like with a fine-tooth comb. But like what exactly is the question that he's getting at? Like
he's asking, are we getting to the point where the auteur volume will increase? And he's specifically wondering who we might think will be the names that are thrown around. He's right. There are 5 to 10 names in film throughout history, really. I mean, Kubrick doesn't make films anymore.
Hitchcock.
But he's still talked about in the same breath that Christopher Nolan, who's active is talked about. So that's kind of the question is, do you think there'll be a trend towards that? And who do you think might be in that pantheon? I mean, I will say that someone he didn't bring up is certainly Ken Levine, because
definitely.
the thing you have to, auteur is a word that indicates extra involvement and control. It means that you're not the creative director. You're the dude who is controlling this motherfucker. These are demanding people that work for him. Ken Levine is famously demanding to get to work for.
Yeah.
So it's not, so people throw out number, like I think Druckmann's another good name because he's the same as Ken Levine, but it's not to mistake like the director or the creative director or the writer per se. It's about a force of nature in my mind.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say, like, I agree with Ken Levine. I would also say, like, straight up, Josef Fares, that guy, like at, I forget what's the name of the studio. It Takes Two, Brothers, Tale of Two Sons, A Way Out. I think that guy is so interesting and so charismatic and strange, but like everything he makes is like Hazelight, right? I think that guy, like Josef Fares, is one of those people who, like, if I was in charge of, doling out money to people and like kind of like picking up people's pitches, if Josef Fares came to me with a pitch, I think I might just accept it like blindly, because like the dude just, like, It Takes Two is just that much of an impressive game to me.
Excuse me.
And even when I went back and like kind of like looked at like his history with like Brothers,
Right. That was,
I think it's A Tale of Two Sons. Yeah, and I remember playing that a long time ago and thinking like, this is kind of cool. Like it's obviously not as big budget as like his most recent like A Way Out or I didn't play A Way Out, but I'm more curious to play it now, just because you can tell that guy's like wild personality makes its way into like what he's making. I would even say like Tim Schafer, like somebody like that. Like I think we're getting to an area where it's going to be a lot more common to hear people's names brought up with the games that they have a lot of influence over. I think the days of Naughty Dog by itself, I think those days are already kind of gone. It's just a matter of what studios kind of drop that shit first. And I think Naughty Dog's already there. Like I feel like even Amy Hennig, like people like her, like you associate Naughty Dog with that, sure, but like you always kind of think of those people almost before Naughty Dog, in my opinion.
She was, in my opinion, if it wasn't for The Last of Us, I think that really could have ruined Naughty Dog. Because they really didn't have anything established when they lost her. But that's a whole fucking mess. I was in on the reporting of that. Like that's a whole goddamn disaster.
All I'm saying is like I think there will be more.
Yeah. I agree with you.
And I
agree. I also think that while there's consolidation going on, the games industry is also expanding such that there's just room for both. And you're kind of, it's interesting, Dustin, I'll throw it over to you. We were talking about names. Is Vin Zampella one of these guys? I mean, or is he one of those guys that's just the alchemist? I don't really know, but there are a few names. And then there are guys that I don't think that get their credit that are clearly auteurs. Like Tom Happ, I think, is one of those guys that is just an absolute genius. And he's the guy that made Axiom Verge and Axiom Verge 2. He does everything in those games by himself. That's genius, especially when it's executed that well. So anyway, what comes to mind for you?
Yeah, you brought up Vin Zampella, and I feel like almost to be a great auteur, you have to have a distinct style. Like you see things in a Kojima game that are distinctly Kojima. You see that and you recognize it. Ken Levine, right. In a Ken Levine game, you expect a crossover of some sort of political ideology infused into a mind-bending story, right? So my thought on it overall is just that I think that for us and listeners of this show, we're going to see increased household names. Well, I guess they wouldn't be gamer household names of these people, but there's very few, I think, that have broken out into mainstream, right? There's millions of people that probably played BioShock that don't have any idea who Ken Levine is at all. it might be. I'm trying to think. I mean, Miyamoto's probably the biggest one that actually has.
Well, the most likely one. Yeah.
Yeah, the most likely. Kojima is probably there, but he also slaps his name literally wherever he can on his games as many times as possible.
Well, sometimes that's how that works, though. You know? Like, because I don't. Miyamoto, we know because we know the industry, but I actually think Kojima is more likely to be known as like an auteur than Miyamoto, simply because his name is on the box.
Right.
You know?
I've always thought Kojima's in a weird spot where I think that he is a genius, but he has also marketed himself as one successfully. So he's kind of in a weird spot. But the one thing that I wanted to bring up is that this can be a double-edged sword. And we've seen it lightly in this industry, but very much in the movie industry, where you have a director like M. Night Shyamalan who makes a name for himself, where people say, I'll see anything with his name slapped on it. And then you get The Village, which a lot of people didn't like. I thought it was okay.
I love The Village.
And then after that, Lady in the Water, and it just went totally downhill for him. And now his name is tarnished. And this kind of happened, Colin, you mentioned the Mega Man guy.
KJ Inafune.
Yeah. He put his name, and they made it a big part of Mighty Number 9. And now I think that his name is somewhat tainted because of that.
And also that shitty anime he did. Red Ash or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
Red Ass.
Yeah,
it is a double-edged sword. Also, you know, I was thinking about with Tarantino recently, because we do Tarantino on Knockback like pretty often as we're carving through everything, is he's like indelibly linked with Miramax and Weinstein, right? Like there's all of these weird things that hurt you in other ways too. Like he's hurt by that in reverse, which is fascinating. So be careful with your name and your interactions out there, friends. Thanks for writing in. Sergio Pina has the final inquiry for us, and he says, hey guys, I have a question about the idea of revisionist history. You know, that's one of my favorite subjects here. When it comes to video games, Colin, I know you've mentioned a few times over your career the revisionist history surrounding games like Zelda's Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, and Super Mario Sunshine. Oh my God, dude. Don't even get me started. It got me thinking, is it so much revisionist history as much as seeing them now through more mature eyes? I'll use Sunshine and Majora's Mask as examples. As a kid, I bought both and played day one and hated them from the moment I started because they weren't Super Mario 64 or Ocarina of Time, but I was 11 or 12 years old at the time. Now as a 34-year-old adult, I played both recently and actually like them a lot now that enough time has passed and I can view it through the adult eyes and better appreciate it as a standalone game. So he wants to talk about revisionism, and this is a thing that I always used to, on Podcast Beyond, even back in the day, I used to go off on revisionist history all the time. Like I used to remind people, I was there. Beginning in the late 80s, early 90s, I was there. And I remember the way things were. And I remember you all hating Majora's Mask. And I remember you all calling Wind Waker Zelda. Do you guys remember that? Because I do. CELDA. That's what it was called as an insult when Wind Waker was announced. I remember everyone hating Super Mario Sunshine and saying the camera sucked. And it does bother me because everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But Sergio, is it getting older? I mean, I don't know. I was born in 1984. Why did I like those games? It doesn't make any sense. Like when I played Wind Waker, I was like, this is absolutely amazing. I like couldn't even believe what people were saying about it. And Majora's Mask, people didn't like it because it wasn't Ocarina of Time. They didn't see it for what it was, which was the best Zelda game. And so is this a subjective thing? Of course it is. But I have a very careful mind and an eye towards revisionism because I get really mad when people try to jump on and off bandwagons. Always wear my Jets and Islanders gear. I know what it's like to root for the loser. I know what it's like to be with the wrong thing or not see things as they are or not be with the zeitgeist, but it happens. And it's funny because it goes both ways. Like I've never liked Mario 64 as much as other people have. So it does go both ways, but then you get caught up, right? I always say Final Fantasy VII, I loved, then I hated, then I loved again. So sometimes you get caught up in that as well. Dustin, let's go to you first. What do you think about revisionism here? Is it something that bothers you or do you notice it?
I think that it depends on how someone goes about it. People can change their mind about things, and that's fine. Because I change my mind on things all the time. And I think it's a totally natural thing to view things in a different way based on the context you're currently in or your current tastes or whatever. I love going to my Letterboxd account and re-rating movies after I've had time to think on them and view them in a different way. And that's really fine. It just comes down to maybe, Colin, what bothers you more if people said, "Oh, well, this game's always been great. Or this has always been a classic."
I guess that's true. That's kind of the thing that bothers me is like where I remember when Wind Waker was coming back out and Majora's Mask was getting re-released, and I was like, "Oh, I always loved this game." I'm like, "No, you guys didn't." Yeah, I used to get shit on for loving Majora's Mask. I used to get shit on for liking Wind Waker. People used to make fun of me all the time for liking Super Mario Sunshine. So yeah, you're right. That is an important component of it, is pretending that it was always that way. And I'm pretty consistent about that. Like, I understand that you take some lumps with people when you do it, but it's like Limp Bizkit. I always loved Limp Bizkit. Creed, I loved Creed when their first 3 records were out. Like, I don't give a fuck what people think about and like that stuff. So that also was I think I just was maybe more candid than the usual person as well, for better or for worse. What do you think, Chris?
It's frustrating when you're right before you're allowed to be.
Yeah.
It's you know what I mean? Like, because I remember when Sea of Thieves came out for the first time, and I remember playing it, and I was like, I really think there's something special here. I really liked this. And everybody was like, it's just a dumb nothing. There's nothing. You just rare, how rare has fallen. And now it's like one of these games that's like consistently on like Steam's like top sell. Like, people are like playing this shit like crazy. People love Sea of Thieves now, and people are like, oh man, yeah, Sea of Thieves is a darling. Like, we've always loved Sea of Thieves. Like, no. I remember you were in my fucking Twitch chat when I was streaming it with like Bunty and other friends of mine, like when it came out, and you guys are like, why are you playing this dumb pirate game? Rare sucks now. It's not the same Rare. It's like, yeah, it's not the same Rare, but it's a fucking good Rare. It's a good Rare they got. To Sea of Thieves is great, and I will still say that to this day, and I was right. And I'll say this too, man. I'm going to go ahead and pat myself on the back for calling Anthem and No Man's Sky before anybody even got a chance to play it, because I could tell just by looking at it that it was going to be bad. And I was right. And they got better over time. Well, not Anthem. But, you know, like, just like, it is frustrating to be that voice sometimes. Be like, hey, this is not going to come together well. And sometimes I'm wrong, by the way. Death Stranding was like something I was completely wrong on. But even that, like, I got shit for too. Like, for being, you know what I mean? Because, like, I remember being excited to make fun of Death Stranding because it looked pretentious and dumb. And it was. But it was also awesome. And really unique and really like really clever and like nothing I've ever experienced before. And, you know, I played it and I talked about how much I loved it. And people were like, it's just a walking sim. You're just walking. It's a dumb game. But I do think Death Stranding in like, I think in like 5 years time, I think people are going to look back at Death Stranding in the same way that people probably look back on like, you know, Shadow of the Colossus or something, where it's like, that was such an interesting and cool game, and it's wild that we didn't appreciate it when we had it.
Yeah, it is interesting. Death Stranding, particularly on this show, you weren't on the show yet, Dustin, at the time, but even with your opinions on it now, we're, I think, well above the mean in terms of persistent positivity about that game. From before it came out, certainly when it came out, and then afterwards. People are a little soft on it. That's why I kind of want to see more Kojima and see if he, like, you know, strike out and come back and intrigue people. Maybe it shows the limits also of the auteur, but as an earlier question asked us. But nonetheless, thank you for writing in. And that's it. Thank you all for writing in and for being here with us for our lengthy episode of Sacred Symbols this week. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, I got to take my azithromycin for my swollen ears. It does sound like a fake,
it's like some sort of planet around it's like an exoplanet. All right. Well, we hope you feel better about that. And Dustin, what's going on with you? Any closing comments here?
Chris mentioned Sea of Thieves, and so I thought I would just shout out our associate producer, Ben Smith, just launched a Sea of Thieves podcast and YouTube channel called Everything Is Okay, a Sea of Thieves podcast. So you're
it's weird how everyone's putting Cole in a something podcast after their podcast names now. It's so weird that I started doing that. Now everyone does it. Well,
we need to do the dig up on that. Were you
all right, so I'm gonna make a few declarations here, and people can check me on them. Okay. We were the first ones to put a PlayStation or a something podcast after our name in the entire gaming industry. You can go look at that up. The second thing is I made up the term bro shooter years ago, and I never got the appropriate credit for it. So you can go look that up as well and see if you want to find the provenance of that. Yeah, okay. I definitely made that term.
Anyway, yeah.
I've been holding on to that one for 15 years. I wanted to just say that. Okay, so yeah, shout out to Ben. That's great. Is that what you wanted to end on, or you have something else to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to check out his endeavor.
Yeah, please do.
Sea of Thieves.
Yeah,
please do.
It's doing well.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media and Sacred Symbols Plus, etc. We can find you on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We can also find you at laststandmedia.shop if you want merch, all made in the United States. We appreciate you supporting us there. Leave us nice reviews on podcast services. Come subscribe on YouTube. You know all the drill. I'm not going to keep you guys any longer. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.